And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. Hope you're there with me. The session commences and your company is required. That thing that happens twice a day. The second installment to fulfill all righteousness. If you are available, avail yourself of what is going on here. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa na mnoa. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano, it's another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano, it's another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, getting moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. It's another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano, it's another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa na mnoa. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
And there it is right there, the Holy Holy song from the farmyard singers from the eastern part of Nigeria. Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. 2023 plans to merge with NNPP is in progress, the Labour Party. So, this is an idea that was muted a few days ago, and it has been discussed endlessly, and it has been parked as unworkable for reasons that the ambitions of the two golden fleeces of both parties, Kwakwanso in NNPP and Peter Obi of the Labour Party. So their ambitions is that none of them seems likely to yield to that ambition or subordinate to the other. People cannot imagine Peter Obi stepping down for anybody, especially given the circumstances under which he left the PDP. And the ego of Kwakwanso is such that it is difficult to see him subordinate his ambition to somebody else. So we thought this was dead and buried, but alas not. 2023 plans to merge with NNPP is in progress. Labour Party. So quite what is still in play there, we'll find out shortly. So now it speaks to what a lot of people are suggesting might be a script being played out. But I'll just suspend my thoughts until we get into the discussions of it. Nigerians show disapproval as video of Peter Obi in economic class on Egypt flight surfaces online. So this is it now. I think I've actually posted a copy of that video on the platform, and I shall play a copy of it still to you in the course of the session. But essentially now, a lot of people are starting to recoil from that Spartan man of simple needs narrative that Peter Obi wraps around himself. But is this the true color of the man, or is it an act that is putting on to do the man of the people sort of politics? Nigerians somewhat divided just from the headline. Nigerians show disapproval as video of Peter Obi in economy class on Egypt flight surfaces online. So we gauge what Nigerians are making of that, and then hopefully, if anybody is available to discuss it, we'll find out what people are making of it as well. Indigbo, Yorubas are the problem with Nigeria. Ezefe is the person speaking, so a senior elder statesman from the eastern parts of the country. He now identifies the problem that he feels afflicts the nation Nigeria the most. He's narrowed it to two ethnic groups. Indigbo Yorubas are the problem of Nigeria. Ezefe is the person making that headline. So what's led him to that thought? We'll find out shortly. Article's running mate, Southeast in final push as PDP move to screen Obi, to screen Wike others. So that's the headline. So now, once upon a time, and by once upon a time, I mean 2 days ago, it was quite categorical that it was Ifeanyi Okowa that was getting that slot. But it looks as though Wike has bought himself to that space. And if you look at now this headline now, the Southeast push, that runs contrary to the narrative of just 2 weeks ago that the Southeast said categorically that any Southeasterner who attempts to pick a running mate's slot will be stoned out of Igbo land, that it is the first seat or nothing. So they say 24 hours is a long time in politics, and nothing exemplifies that more than this headline now. Article's running mate, Southeast in final push as PDP moves to screen Wike others. So there it is right there, the politics of expediency. So that's the politics of expediency in play there. So from expedient politics, we go on to politics as per norm. So it's not over till it's over. It's essentially where we can land now within the Nigerian political space, because you can permutate all you like, but the inner workings and the convoluted and somewhat complex landscape, it never really yields to any permutation. That is not to say that you don't understand the space. It's just to speak to the complexity of the Nigerian space. So we've been conjuring with who will be Tinubu's running mate. And then we came up with the thought that he cannot pick anybody other than a northern Christian. And we were settled on that fort until the missives, then the news started to filter out of inner quarters there that is actually going for a Muslim ticket and is going to chance his hand. So they gave us that hint, and then we started to conjure with names, and then they narrowed it to names that we have discussed. But it looks as though earlier on today, another headline now say that Tinubu is looking to pick a northern Christian. But this now latest headline, Nigerians react as APC reportedly picks Kano governor as Tinubu's running mate. So this is where we are in a fast evolving dynamic political space. So this is gospel as it obtains as at this moment, but it is not an absolute, as we know now not to make absolute statements. Nigerians react as APC reportedly picks Kano governor as Tinubu's running mate. So that is the latest that we're conjuring with. So we conjure with that. So they say backtracking. You know, sometimes you know what, there's different ways of backtracking. So there are different ways of backtracking, and all of you guys that have been guys in your days or are still a guy, if this present times is still your day, you know the process. So you are in a party, you are in a nightclub, etc., etc. You see that pretty girl and you sashay up to her, like you wanted to talk to her, but she cuts you cold, and then you use a stylish dance to retract your step as though you were not going to her in the first place. This is a technique that Yahaya Bello has perfected. I was only testing the microphone. Yahaya Bello says as he reveals future plans. So essentially, he's saying that this was just his debutante into that space, and his ambition, though somewhat an ambition, but not fully fledged yet. So this was his entree into the upper echelons of the Nigerian political dynamic. I was only testing the microphone, Yahale Bello says, as he reveals future plans. So whatever failures or successes, he certainly puts his name as a thought within the presidential bracket. So somewhat of a success or maybe not. However you are viewing that, let me know. So the usual protocols, lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Click on the like button, please, as you are coming in. Click on the subscribe as well as you are coming in, and you can copy the link of the streaming and put it on your social media spaces, your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, etc., to share the stream with others so we can fill up the place. So as you set about doing that, and then if you want to come and join me on the screen, by the way, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That brings you onto the screen. It brings you into a studio space, I should say. And as soon as I finish reading out the talking points, then I'll let you onto the screen. So 3 stages. You click on the like button. You must do that as you're coming in. So do that as you're hearing me call out for it now, unless you have a good reason not to do it. And click on subscribe as well as you're hearing me call for it now, unless you have a good reason not to do it. Copy the link and put it on your WhatsApps, etc., so that we can fill up the place. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So as you set about doing the homework that I've just set you, let me provide a little bit of a bribery by way of a liquid nourishment. Your calabash to the ready as we join the guys.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, oh yes, you can come water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa oh naido, hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Oro keke. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Hobby master keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Chief Latif keke elemu re ààrẹ ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o.
gbé bọ́dì ẹ̀ gbé.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
ìrẹsílẹ̀ yàjọ.
olùyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé
kẹlẹ
o.
ìrèké.
petrosodùnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ìgbàlà tí
ó lè yò. bẹ́ẹ̀ yò yò dáadáa.
àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀.
òdìyà omi òdìyà wọ́n ta káàdà èmi. ayé ìlú.
ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
àmì o.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. Iku Koniriwagweshe. So Iku Koniriwagweshe, as guys, I bring you this. 2023 plans to merge with NNPP is in progress. Labour Party. The Labour Party says there are plans to merge with the new Nigeria People's Party NNPP to defeat the All Progressive Congress APC and People's Democratic Party PDP in the 2023 presidential election. The National Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party, Comrade Abayomi Oluwafemi Arabambi, made this disclosure on Tuesday in Abuja. Arabambi said that the party and its flag bearer, Peter Obi, are in talks with the NNPP and its presidential candidate Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso for a possible alliance. In an interview with correspondents, he said that the Labour Party had held advanced talks with the Kwankwansia movement for the choice of running mates and collaboration to rescue Nigeria. So it is quite pertinent to just pause there for a moment. So they're discussing the conversation that the Labour Party is having with Kwakwanso essentially is for the choice of running mate. So the lead, they've already bracketed that off as not being available for discussion. This is what they seem to be saying. In an interview with correspondents, he said that the Labour Party had held advanced talks with the Kwakwansia movement for the choice of running mate and collaboration to rescue Nigeria. The Labour Party spokesman said there were also talks with the former governor of Kano State, Ibrahim Shekarau, and all critical stakeholders on the presidential election. Abarambi revealed that the Labour Party is trying to harness. Abarambi rather revealed that the Labour Party is trying to harmonize its structures with the, I'm not quite sure that the Labour Party has a structure. We've already established that they don't. Abarambi revealed that the Labour Party is trying to harmonize its structure with the new Labour, with the Nigeria. Let me try that one more time. Abarambi revealed that the Labour Party is trying to harmonize its structure with the Nigeria Labour Congress, the Trade Union Congress, the National Consultative Front, and other groups ahead of the 2023 polls. So let's pause there for a moment. This is that synergizing of the fringe party to form a potent enough force to launch at the major parties. This is what we've been canvassing for, especially within that Showore space, when a lot of people have been saying that he should work with a lot of the fringe parties, because as a standalone, all he stands for is just a looter. But his ego does not want to yield to that space. But serious politicians who know serious politics, acting seriously. Let me give you that paragraph again. Abarambi revealed that the Labour Party is trying to harmonize its structure with the Nigeria Labour Congress. So if they succeed in that, then they get the workforce. But what does that mean? Because the workforce still individually have their own politics. The Trade Union Congress, so this is sounding very much as a far left sort of a movement. The National Consultative Front and other groups ahead of the 2023 polls. We are putting together our structure with the Nigeria Labour Congress, the Trade Union Congress, the National Consultative Forum, the Civil Liberties Organization, the Christian and Muslim community, the youth group, everybody. and we're trying to harmonize our structure, and everybody has come on board now, he said. Recall that the spokesman, National Consultative Forum, Yunusa Tanko, had said there are plans to merge with Labour Party and NNPP to defeat the APC and PDP in 2023. According to Yanusa Tanko, merging the two political parties is an idea they had seen on the ground, and they believe that Obi, who is already grounded in the southern part of the country, needs to work with Kwakwanso, a strong person in the north. Tanko said that the two former governors have exhibited character, resilience, and determination whilst working closely with the disadvantaged. So there it is right there. It looks as though now a mass conglomeration of a satellite fringe party to form potent enough, because some people are somewhat derisory regarding the Labour Party. Remove Obi from the Labour Party and they go back to their 5,000 votes that they get at presidential elections. Add Peter Obi to that, and you don't see that sufficient enough then to land them their Sorok seat. But then if you add Kwakwanso to that, if you add Ibrahim Shekarau to that, if you add the Labour Congress, the trade unions, and all of these satellite groups, if you add them together, then they are suddenly becoming a serious entity to contend with within the political paradigm. So from that to this, Nigerians show disapproval as video of Peter Obi in economy class on Egypt flight surfaces online. And I have the clip, which I shall play to you at the end of the readout. Nigerians have shown their disapproval with the Labour. Nigerians have shown their disapproval with the Labour Party presidential flag bearer, Peter Obi, after a video of him in economic class during his flight to Egypt surfaced online. In the video, the presidential candidate is seen having a discussion with one of the passengers. However, Nigerians have reacted angrily to Obi's decision to board economic class, as some have stated it is a pretentious act. Read below some of the comments. So this is Tunde. Now this one, it take F up. Which one be fly economy? Why they fly economy all this while? Why they fly economy all this while? But I think you'll find that Peter Obi has always flown economy, at least according to him, because he says that the difference between that economy and first class is an amount that changes somebody's life. So that's the reason why he traditionally he's always flown economy, according to him. So let's take Tunde's comment again. Now this one he take F up. Which one be fly economy? Why they fly economy all this while? Why he now won become president? He choose to fly economy. I like him and would want someone like him to be president. But all this he is doing, flying economy, is not needed, and no reason for all this social media validation. So this is young skills, the next person. Omo, I no trust these politicians. Now only God know within their heart. This is Mr. 2K. 2017, I was flying. This is Mr. 2K. 2017, I was flying from Abuja to Lagos. Eric Air. So I say on business class and saw Peter Obi walk to economy and sat down. I cleaned my eyes and looked at him again to be sure it was him. Truly, it was him. I was shocked and humbled. He's just a simple man, in no deform at all. Very, very approachable. This is not a format, that is his personality. Here is a Richie Reed. Oga, make una know they do like say una know how it dey be. Why he no fly economy since? Well, I dey look till next year, sha. So that is what he thinks. That boy Demola, una don dey overdo this thing. This is Brownie. He didn't do it out of campaign. I have personally seen him on flights from Asaba to Lagos as of last year. Recall that the former governor announced via Twitter on Tuesday that he was visiting Egypt for a detailed study of comparative countries to Nigeria. Obi will be understanding Obi will be understudying the country's power, education, planning, and finance sectors during his 3-day visit. So that's the mixed reaction then to that video of Peter Obi flying economy. I have a clip of the video, as I said, and I shall play it to you shortly. Indeed, Yorubas are the problem with Nigeria, is a Efe making the headline. Chukwuemeka Eziefe, elder statesman and former governor of Anambra State, has revealed that the disunity between the Yorubas and Igbos is one of the major problems bedeviling the country. Eziefe stated this on Wednesday during an interview on Arise TV morning show. He further insisted that the Igbo were not interested in becoming vice president of Nigeria in 2023. The Yorubas and Igbos are the main reason we have problems. We have to understand and love Nigeria together. Nigeria should take advantage of this period. Yoruba and Igbo should come together and show that the Fulani is a minority, but we need them. There will be a 3-day prayer by Igbo to ask God to humble the Igbo and make this process come through for the benefit of all Nigerians, Eziefe opined. The former governor also slammed the ruling of Progressive Congress APC and the main opposition People's Democratic Party PDP for denying the Southeast the presidential ticket, but expressed hope that with Mr. Peter Obi, something wonderful was about to happen in the country. He remarked that Obi, the former governor of Anambra State and Labour Party presidential candidate, will be a watershed moment for the country as he believes meaningful change was on the way. He said, Nigeria playing politics without principle and conscience. We don't want vice president. We are not unfortunate nor regretting. Something has gone wrong with our leadership, but there will be a change because God desires greatness for Nigeria. God has taken over. It is over for PDP and APC. We are coming out of usual politics to something more developmental. Obi is a turning point. A change is coming. So it looks as though the seniors have also bought into that narrative in the eastern quarters. Onwards we go, and still narratives somewhat still eastern. Atiku's running mate, Southeast in final push as PDP screens Wike others. In a last-ditch, and this runs contrary, of course, to what that Eziefe now said, at least from the headline. In a last-ditch effort to push for a vice presidential candidate from the Southeast, some supporters of the People's Democratic Party PDP have begun a subtle campaign to sway the party's presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar to pick a Southeasterner. Correspondents gathered in Abuja on Wednesday that the Senator Oyochia Ayu-led PDP National Working Committee approved the recommendations of its panel, saddled with the responsibility of assisting the party's candidate to choose a running mate. The panel, it was gathered, recommended 3 persons: Governors Udom Emmanuel, Ifeanyi Okowa, and Wike, after which the Rivers State Governor, Yemsin Wike, was said to have garnered 13 out of the 17 votes to emerge as the top contender for the job. It has been alleged that in an attempt to stop Wike, some of his opponents are said to be behind trending videos of his previous media interviews in which he vowed never to accept the vice presidential slot. One of the party's chieftains from Kogi State, Musa A. Musa, who is a proponent of a Southeasterner getting the job, had, in making a case for this zone, said, since Atiku, a Northeasterner, is our candidate, it is only logical that the vice presidential position be micro-zoned to the southeast. He based his argument on the fact that the zone had not produced a president since Nigeria's return to democracy in 1999, and that the zone has remained consistent in voting for the PDP. Speaking in a similar vein, in a previous interview, former Enugu State Governor and current Senator representing Enugu East in the Senate, Chima Roke Nnamani said, "How can we, Indigbos, be proud to belong to a union where we cannot aspire or be considered for top positions? If 2023 passes with if 2023 passes without the Southeast being accommodated in the power arrangement, we would have to wait for the next 16 years and will be out of power reckoning for 40 years from 1999. However, a usually reliable source in Article's camp, who spoke in confidence because of the sensitivity of the issue, said, contrary to what is making the rounds in the media, the candidate is expecting 3 names to be forwarded to him to pick one. Yes, he reached out to the party to make recommendations, but the final decision is his to make. In a related development, PDP NWC on Wednesday set up a panel to screen nominees for the vice presidential slot. The screening panel, which is scheduled to meet candidates on Thursday, is headed by former Foreign Affairs Minister Chief Tom Ikimi, whilst former Kogi Governor Captain Idris Wada and former Aviation Minister Ostea Chidoka are members. Others are blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. This was contained in a statement signed by the PDP's National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba. He said the NWC set up the panel pursuant of Part 4, Paragraph 14 of the electoral guidelines of the party. So there it is right there. Wike leads the race, but the Southeasterners pushing hard. Nigerians react as APC reportedly picks Kano governor as Tinubu's running mate. So it just gets murkier and more confusing with both parties, really. Nigerians have taken to micro-blogging platform Twitter to react to the report that the All Progressive Congress has picked the governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Ganduje, as the running mate of the party's presidential candidate, Bola Tinubu. So let me just pause there for a moment before I read on. You see, given the peculiarities of the candidature of the 2 main parties, the presidential slots, given their peculiarities, I am paying particular attention to who comes up as the vice president, because we cannot discount a Yardua situation. We cannot. In fact, we have to factor that into it. So in the event of a Yardua situation, who would you want to have charge of the Nigerian state? This is what I look at when I'm listening to the names of the vice presidential candidates. So if in the event of a Yardua situation, I would not object to Abdullahi Ganduje becoming the Goodluck Jonathan of that situation, because he's a libertarian by instinct, he's an educated man, and he has a global view. So he's a Fulani man, of course, which is what we're trying to escape from. But as a stand-alone person, I would not object to his politicking. We know he pocketed dollars, but they all pocket dollars, so we cannot go to that forever. He was caught publicly, but a lot more than him privately. But as a standing, as a positioning in terms of philosophy and political ideology, I like he's left of, he's right of center, I would say. Or really a libertarian, maybe he's even just a center ground politician. But whatever it is, I certainly like the cut of his jib. And if we had a Yardua situation in PDP, I would not be averse to Wike being the Goodluck Jonathan, because he has the punch and verve that the Nigerian state needs. So let me take it all over again. Nigerians have taken to micro-blogging platform Twitter to react to the report that the All Progressives Congress has picked Governor of Kano State Abdullahi Ganduje as the running mate of the party's presidential candidate Tinubu. Correspondents had earlier reported that the Director General of Ganduje's support group, Suleiman Magaji, made this claim in a statement made available to newsmen. Magaji noted that the National Working Committee of the ruling party picked Ganduje to run alongside Tinubu in the 2023 general election based on his loyalty to the party, commitment, and infrastructural development of his state. According to Magaji, Ganduje was chosen despite the issue of religion being considered. Some Nigerians in their reactions believed the decision could be the end of the ruling party. See some of their reactions. So this is a person calling himself Stop Corruption. So stop corruption already. So you already know where this is likely to lead. Metaphorically, this is a fantastic team. So I wasn't expecting it to start like that. Metaphorically, this is a fantastic team. APC may have unknowingly excused itself from winning the presidential race. How can APC pair two men with a history of alleged court forfeiture and dollar stuffing in Agbadas as number one and number two? The video and documents are out there. So here is Milan 360. What a combo. Oga Bullion Van and Oga Dollars. Nice. Here is another one. Body James Megida. Beginning of the end for APC. Here is I'm not going to attempt that. They are hoping to gain more votes in Kano and the fear of Kwakwanso. So that speaks more to the reality of the politics of it. So here's a lady commentator. God won't let great-grandfathers rule this country. Nigerians are tired of unhealthy men to run the country. So I won't even say that's more of I would say that's a mixed feeling. That's somewhat of a rejection. So this now the last readout, and then we see who is available to take it on. I was only testing the microphone, Yahaya Bello says as he reveals our future plans. Presidential aspirant and Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello has revealed that he will run for the presidency in subsequent elections. The Kogi State Governor said this to State House correspondents on Wednesday, shortly after meeting with President Mohamed Buhari. He explained that his 2023 presidential ambition was only testing the microphone, adding that his next attempt would be supersonic. He stated that he came to see the president on a thank you visit for letting him participate in the highly contested exercise. Speaking on Tinubu's running mate, Yahaya stated that competence should take precedence over other factors, maintaining that the major consideration for selection should be deliverability. To his supporters, Bello appealed for continued assurance on to his supporters, Bello appealed for continued assurance in his presidential bid, saying, sometimes you win some, and sometimes you lose. He urged them to support the current flag bearer of the All Progressives Congress in the next year's election. So there it is right there. So I'm just loving some of the excuses that we're hearing as people begin to lick their wounds. So Pastor Tunde Bakari, he told us that the zero that is scored in the presidential primaries, that translates to mean a zero for bad politics. So that zero that is scored was a zero for bad politics. Yaya Bello has gone a step further. His own sacadalia is that he was testing the mic. So hip hop kid Yahaya Bello. So there it is right there. So I'll let the panelists in and then we launch straight into the conversation. But before I do that, I continue to implore, if you are, as you're coming in, click on the like button. If you have no reason not to click on the like button, then you have every reason to click on the right. If you have no reason not to click on the like button, then you have every reason to click on the like button. So do that. I got the words out. So click on the like button, and then click on subscribe as well. As you're doing that, we're looking to hit 200 likes on this stream. So set about it as I welcome the panelists. Fiobala, I see you. Ajale Koko, I see you. Baba Akure, I see you. Saki Fada, I see you. Pansat, I see you. Data Solution, I see you. I see Ajale Koko again. So Ajale Koko says something so I can delete one because you're there twice. Can you say something, then I know which one?
Hello.
Oh, all right, let me delete the other one. Oh, all right, so yeah. So Meadowman, I see you, and then an enigmatic Hindu, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen, and then Thomas, I see you as well. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So before I launch straight into it, yeah, thank you. Before I launch straight into it, let me play you the Peter Obi, the Peter Obi video clip that is generating somewhat controversy. This guy cannot even draw breath without somebody having an opinion about it. So here is the Peter Obi clip that is generating the controversy. Here it is.
I need to record this thing because people need to know that. Okay. He's going to go sit down. We're talking about it. Yeah, it's okay. So, no, leave later. I don't know. This is for you, not for me. We are the energy people. Don't worry. When we get there, I'll tell you what I'm doing. Please, that's the energy chambers. We will avoid all the items. Yes. Because we don't elect people to give us. We connected to something. Exactly. That's what I want to learn now. How to solve the problem. When you get there, so you don't start telling me when I tell you what I saw. I want to see everything now. I'll be more than happy to present it. Thank you.
So there it is. So that's the video that's generating all the controversy. So that was Peter Obi, of course, on his now famous or infamous trip to Egypt on a study visit. So what seems to be jarring people's senses somewhat is the fact that it's flying economy, and they are releasing this to the public. So let me start it off with enigmatic. Enigmatic can do. I mean, what are you making of this? From the sublime to the ridiculous. This guy cannot even sneeze without somebody taking offense. What are you then making of this now latest controversy surrounding the Peter Obi name? They're accusing him essentially of being pretentious, putting on an act, playing out a script. Enigmatic.
Okay. I say hi to everyone.
Good to have you.
First, well, this is the political season, right? I wouldn't be surprised at all those criticism of Peter Obi and his kind of politics. Peter Obi has a way, he plays his own politics, and we should just respect that. That's his way of life, and that's his opinion about. He has right to that. Is he pretending? I'll be tempted not to say he is, and because if you've seen his trajectory over the years, even prior to him being the cynosure of all eyes, now all of a sudden, he's always done the same thing. I've had the privilege of flying with him at a point.
What class was that flight?
It was just the economic class he was into, and it was so ordinary. Like if you don't know he was Peter Obi, you wouldn't know he's Peter Obi. I like his nature. I like his style. I've flown several times with a couple of American politicians over here, Ted Cruz, all of them. You wouldn't even know they're politicians. So if we have that kind of orientation infused into Nigerian politics, I mean, it's good. But like we all know, we all play our politics differently. You wouldn't see a Tinubu like that. You wouldn't see Atiku, in the same fashion. You wouldn't see even Mogalu in same fashion. But that is his own politics. We should respect it. And this brings me to what I am saying about Peter Obi and his politics and his support base. Look at the man, as simple as he is, right? I said it here the other day that his greatest undoing so far, as everybody is seeing it. I mean, when I mean everybody, rationally thinking human beings, right? They are the ones who are causing problem for this man. They are too toxic. They are too arrogant. You don't play politics like that. Obi wouldn't play that kind of politics. Why are you putting him into trouble? Why are you putting him into that kind of? Why are you dragging him into that kind of politics? His politics is simple. His outlook about situations, easy and solution based. He prefers solution to stuff. He doesn't just go online and start. You can't even have a meaningful conversation with them. You will be irritated the moment you are doing that. You cannot tell them. You can't even give them a suggestion. You can't even do that. Look at Peter Obi.
We had that. Sorry, we had that just in an earlier session when we were trying to have a civil discourse around this same name. But you should have seen the comment section. It was just blowing up with abuse. But
I was almost tempted. I was almost tempted coming over here, but I was coordinating some meetings and everything. I couldn't. But it was what I'm trying to say. If the approach is kind of politics, the way the man himself approaches is kind of politics. I swear, they will gain more momentum than what they think they are gaining. When you have a product, right? When you have a product, you leverage on persuasive strategies, on empathetic strategies to market that product. When Biden was coming into the arena of 2020 politics, it took certain big wigs like Obama to convince him eventually to come to the arena. Eventually, when he bowed and he threw his out to the ring, right? There were so many criticisms, there were so many jibes about him, but he told his fan, just tamp it down, mellow down, let's play it cool. Even when you saw his primaries with other Democratic presidential candidate during the primaries, same Kamala Harris, who is Biden's vice president now, went almost ballistic against Biden, but Biden kept his cool. He played his type of politics, and that endeared a lot of people to him. Right? Obi will be a good president. I've always said this. You do not need to go daggers and run everybody. Everybody will not be on that train, for God's sake. My team, I'm Team Shuore all day long. I want Shuore to be president, right? But I'm always saying it is Shuore's kind of politics. Is that kind of policy taken to Aso Rock? Absolutely not. But has it done its best to showcase what he has to Nigerians in his own way, in his own wisdom? He has, right? He has his own base. He has his own support. But we are canvassing for what Shuore can do. I'm not saying one man, if you are not joining this team, God forbid you. Baba Akure, if you are not joining this team, God punish you. We are not saying that. We are letting you see what Shuore can deliver, what Shuore can do differently. This is what Obi's team, I believe Obi should come out now, because these people will spoil it for him. We know he's not, I'm saying it, he's not going to win the presidency. We already know that.
Now, even he knows that, I suspect.
And he knows that. He's not stupid, but he can work. This can be a referendum. This can be a referendum he could leverage on for 2027. He can come together with Kwankwaso, with Shuore, with Mogalu to form a very formidable team when they see what he can do already, because he has a platform in Labour Party, but his people in the Southeast, they will mess it up for him again. They are the one who is always messing things up for Obi, and when they mess it up for him, Obi will be confused to even know where he's going. At the end of the day,
do you think when they mess it up, they will blame the Yorubas? That's
of course, just like Republicans, they will always blame another person for their undoings, right? We are telling them now, Obi is a good product. Do not mess it up for him. You're already messing it up. You go to Twitter. Go to Twitter. They don't even
man,
know
I
you.
like to follow Enigmatic if it's possible.
No, I will run the order, but thank you. Please, cooperate with us this time around, Pansat. Carry on, Enigmatic. Yeah.
Yes, sir. We all have an idea of what Nigeria should be like. We all have a prophetic mindset of what Nigeria should be like. Good, one man, you live in a sane environment. Babakure, you live in Canada. I live here in the US. We're all professionals. We're all highly educated, right? Everybody here, we're all highly educated. Forget about the fact that you are Yoruba, you are Hausa, you are Igbo, or you are not. I schooled in the East, okay, and I saw Peter Obi's politics. Nobody can tell me about Peter Obi, right? I saw his politics. I saw his kind of politics. I saw Ngigi's politics. I saw Mbadinuju's politics. I saw the two Orji's Okalu's politics. The Theodore Orji Okalu. I saw all those southeastern politicians' politics. Peter Obi is a different man entirely. If we have our way in Nigeria, if I have my way in Nigeria, Peter Obi will be the president. Kwankwaso will be the vice president. Shuore will be the SGF, right? But when we turn it around because of the demographics and everything, Kwankwaso will be the president, Obi will be the vice, Shuore will be the SGF, right? But that is a wishful thinking. We all know that. What I'm saying, and if all the folks are here now, I know a couple of them in CBD. We are not enemies.
Leave it.
Yes, I'm saying it. We are not enemies. We are not enemies. We want the best for Nigeria. If Peter Obi is the man who can do the job, let's help him get there by making friends, not by making enemies. You can never get to where you are getting to. Look at what Tinubu is doing. Tinubu is shaking hands across the nation. That's why it's kind of politics different.
Enigmatic, do you think it's testament to just how potent the opposition finds Peter Obi, that the attack against him is so visceral?
No.
Just in the earlier session, they were attacking. Hold on, they were attacking him for not visiting Ekiti and going to Egypt. Even still, that they are attacking him for flying economy. If he had flown first class, they will say, "Look how wasteful he is."
If Tinubu flies his own private jet, most of these guys fly private jet. What do they call them? They call them corrupt. They call them, so many names. They resort to subliminal tirades and derogatory languages against them. Just in Yoruba language, there's nothing you can do, right, that will satisfy human. What you can do is conscientiously do the right thing that is peaceful to your heart, right? So Peter Obi is not having APC and PDP. They are not having sleepless nights about Peter Obi. What they are having is probably.
You think they are not?
Look, what they are having.
Sleepless nights. Yeah.
What they are having is they are sleeping with their eyes open. They are sleeping, but their eyes are open, but they are not having sleepless nights. It's different. So Tinubu's camp and APC camp, Atiku's camp and PDP's camp, they know something is different. They know there's a paradigm shift, but they will look at who is going to gain more with this movement, who is going to lose more with this movement. When you look at the trajectory and the arithmetic calculation of all this movement, who will gain more than APC? Who will lose more than PDP? Because Peter Obi will encroach and we eat deeply into PDP and Atiku's cushion in the southeast and south. Southeast and south does not naturally vote for any other party than PDP. So PDP, they've successfully shot themselves in the foot by not considering or by not factoring Peter Obi's angle into their politics now.
Hold on, Enigmatic. I think they are factoring it into their politics, but pardon me, I think they are factoring it not for Peter Obi wrestling power from them, but as you rightly, astutely pointed out, that who is Peter Obi going to cost the most? And I think maybe those opened eyes, they are wide open in PDP? Because as you rightly pointed out, it is PDP territory that Peter Obi would have his most joy.
Yeah, Peter Obi is giving so much blows and so much is going to give so much blows and injuries to PDP. When you look at the identity of who possibly is going to be the running mates of both Atiku and Tinubu, you will see Tinubu, APC. They are making a very strategic calculation about who they are going to pick. The question for PDP for APC is: do you guys? Two questions: do you guys want to win election? Do you guys want to retain power, or you guys want to listen? There's something they call ariwoja in Yoruba language. I don't know how to translate that, right? That do you want to listen to that noise that will amount to absolutely nothing, or you actually want to win this election? If you want to win this election, you go for the toughest of your decisions, which is, I know it may not be moral, it may not be ideal, but when you are talking about politics 101, what you want is the end result. The end result is you go for what gives you the numbers. So what gives you the number is Northwest. Already you have 15 or 14 governors working for you in the North. Northwest is your forte for retaining the power in the North, right? You have Kwankwaso right there in Northeast, in Kano State, right? The politics of Kano State is usually 2 against 1. It's usually 1 against 1, not against. Now you have Shekarau and Kwakwanso teaming up against Ganduje and
Do you
APC.
think, sorry, do you think that takes Kano State? Because if we are being honest, Kwakwanso actually won the last election, and by him, I'm saying his candidate, because we saw his candidate was in the lead, about 300,000 votes. INEC stopped the election, and by the time they announced the thing, they said Ganduje had won. So Kwano still belongs to Kwakwanso, and if you add Shekarau to that, APC can forget it.
That's why you are seeing the politics they are playing now, with unequivocally, right? We understand the politics they play in Kano in 2019. Of course, Ganduje lost. Of course, this Davido's uncle won in Adeleke, but we saw what they did, and that is the power of incumbency, right? I was having a conversation with one of the senators representing my place. He just won his ticket again to the Senate. He said it is incumbent. Listen to this. It is incumbent on the incumbent government to lose an election. So Jonathan wanted to lose. He said it is better for you to fight to the Supreme Court and let the court tell you to go home than to lose as an incumbent, right? So what I'm trying to say in that is they will throw every spanner into the wheel in 2023 to retain power. Then when they get to Supreme Court, if Supreme Court says go home, they will go home. But losing outrightly, leaving their flags open will not happen. So let me go back to this Peter Obi.
Just in a few more words so that we can sample others.
Okay. Yeah. Conclusively, you know where I stand now, right? I stand for Sowore, and I believe I have Ajale Koko too. Ajale Koko has never gone after anybody because of Sowore. I will never go after nobody because of Sowore, right? We are all educated. We are all exposed. We are all abroad. There should be a very big difference between the kind of politics and the kind of interrogation we leverage into our politics than those people in Nigeria. Please, let's market this product, Peter Obi, very well, so that we can see what can happen if it does not happen now, it can happen in the next 4 years. And I believe in the heart of his heart, he knows it cannot happen now. But the kind of momentum he's having now, the kind of surge he's having now, he never thought it's going to happen. So let's work on that surge. Let's work on that momentum. So Southeast, for once, Peter Obi for once can be a decimal, an important decimal in Nigerian political space from 2027.
Enigmatic. Just 2 questions. but I want you to just condense it
Okay.
in a shortish presentation. What metric would you use to measure success for Peter Obi? One, and does this alliance of fringe parties forming in a bigger party, maybe not a mega party, but a bigger party with Labour and NMPP arrowhead in that space? And it looks as though they're discussing the vice presidential slot with the NMPP. So they are willing to submit to the Peter Obi popularity. So what do you think that will more potency? So what do you use to measure Peter Obi's success come February 2023? And how is that enhanced with this alliance that they are trying to put together? But condense that in a short presentation.
Okay. One, Peter Obi would be successful in my projection if he's able. I don't have the raw population of the Southeast and all people of Southeast extraction in Nigeria, those in Lagos, those in Kano, and everybody. If Peter Obi can have all the Southeast votes and all people scattered across Nigeria, if he can have all their votes and he can have anything beyond 2 million, that's a success for me. That's a success for, because if you check 2015, 2019, they do not have that threshold. So if you can have that, then it means from next 4 years, then they already have a platform. They have something they can build on if they do not mess it up with those internal with IPOB and Biafra stuff again.
And then what does NMPP add on to that 2 million? What do they add on to that? Or is that part of the 2 million?
No, that's for Peter Obi's part alone. So NMPP coming to the arrangement will be a very big deal, because if Peter Obi can work with Kwankwaso, either of them, Kwankwaso goes for president or either ways, right? And of course, that will not still change anything. They will not win the presidency, but they will ignite, they will ignite the pressure, on those two formidable teams, because structure is what we are talking about. Look at what happened in Ekiti State. And this is what will happen in the whole of the federation. In my state, I don't even think the Labour Party has any structure there. So, and the governors, what they do in each of their states. So, Kwankwaso and Obi coming together, I would like that if it can happen, at least. Maybe Showore and all those mushroom political, parties can come together and give a good fight against PDP and APC for once. But of course, that will not guarantee them going to Aso Rock anyways. But at least it will be a success for them. And for me too, if I can see that kind of arrangement.
All right, thank you. Well said. So everybody can tell he's a lawyer. Do you see the presentation? So thank you for that, enigmatic. Stay with us. We still want to hear plenty from you. But before I go on to the next contributor, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Alexander Gomez, of course, usually the person who knows that function. He says, I have come to the conclusion a man of Peter Obi's disposition is who we are desperate for. Simple, unassuming, and astute. A Nigerian, not a Nigerian that is not tribalistic. Unfortunately, it won't happen. These old cargoes are unfit. So that is it. I think that is a universal statement that you've said via Super Chat, Alexander Gomez. I think pretty much that is the sentiment of the majority. I can't speak for everybody, but from the samplings of all the way through, I think that pretty much captures the sentiment of quite certainly my sentiment, and I know a lot of people as well. I have come to the conclusion a man of Peter Obi's disposition is who we're desperate for. Simple, unassuming, and astute. A Nigerian, not a tribalist. Unfortunately, it won't happen. So I think that is pretty much where we are all now mentally. These old cargoes are unfit. So that is where we are mentally now. But then, of course, things changing so rapidly that might well pivot 100%. We may discard him completely in the next 2 weeks, and we may be categorical that he is a shoo-in for that post in the next 2 weeks. So that is the dynamism of the Nigerian political space. Alexander Gomez still with the super chat, applauding, of course, Enigmatic's presentation. Enigmatic is an excellent political analyst. Kudos. And so say all of us. So thank you for the super chats, Alexander. As we go from enigmatic to somebody of equal potency, let's go to Meadowman. So Meadowman, now this reaction against Peter Obi it seems so pedestrian and so petty that the guy is flying economic class. Peter Obi has never flown anything other than economic class. And he made the reason that it's not for anything. It's not that he doesn't like the luxury of first class, but he cannot bear that the cost of just taking one step further up the aisle is the cost of somebody's education. It says his conscience does not sit with that. And even on this platform, somebody has already said that they've flown with him. Several examples of people flying with him all through the years. So this is not for the purposes of the elections, of course, but people are putting the appellation of pretentiousness on him. Is this a badge that Peter Obi should wear with pride, that they are running scared? Middleman.
Thank you, one man. Hello, everybody. Good evening to all.
Good to have you.
Yeah, like I said earlier in the previous session, Peter Obi should respect this. It will from now on. It is going to be, if he urinates in the corner of a street, if he spits, it will be received with criticism, and people will want to make it what it's not, and that is politics. That is that silly season of politics, right? So he should expect that, and he should take it. He should be that treatment should be given to him so that he develops that thick skin. It is necessary to have that thick skin if you want to play politics, especially in Nigeria. Now, imagine Ganduje coming to be a vice president. Does he care if people call him Gandola? He doesn't. And they will call him. He doesn't. He has that he already. These guys are already hardened, so it doesn't take away anything from him. And that is why our politicians are so lousy when they get to office, because they know they have their support base locked. It doesn't matter what they do. In any sane climb, somebody like Ganduje can, would not even dream of coming out to contest for any position. He will be toxic even to be his friend if you're a politician. So, but in Nigeria, you see how it is. Unfortunately, that is the way it is. So Peter Obi once told, he always tells this story of while he was governor of Anambra State. So he went to a conference in the U.S. and they sort of reserved a hotel room for him and it was $2,000. He said he was going to a hotel to sleep, and that is what hotel sells for, to sleep. That if he pays $2,000, he will not sleep because he will think somebody has robbed him, and that's the kind of person I think he is. That is the kind of person he.
What about the pretentiousness though? Because let's not mince words. Peter Obi is a naira billionaire tens of times over, and a dollar millionaire in double digits, a pound. It's a vastly wealthy man. So he's not scraping around in middle civil service.
He's just a stingy man. That's what he is. He's just a stingy man, and maybe he has those millions because
do you think what of this thing that is putting on an act? Because people have the thought that he is putting on an act.
I don't think so. You remember when he went to London, when he went to Downing Street? You remember how you read that story? The thing I took away from that story is that he got to that place in a taxi cab. Which prominent Nigerian politician will be invited to a place like that and goes in a taxi cab?
It's limousine convoy.
Exactly. So and that time he wasn't. He didn't have all this publicity and all this momentum or whatever he has right now. So that goes to show that it is probably the kind of person he is, it doesn't look to me like he's pretending. And but go explain that to people. I mean, he up till this moment he's doing.
There is such a thing as being overly Spartan, though, and that was one of the criticisms of his tenure in Anambra State. That he was overly frugal, overly Spartan, and you used the word stingy to the detriment of infrastructure. We are not looking for somebody to save money. We are looking for somebody to spend money judiciously.
Maybe we maybe if we had somebody to save money, at least our naira will be safe today, even if we don't have infrastructure. Well, that depends on who you ask. Who you ask. It's not as if he didn't do any infrastructure while he was there, but I still prefer someone like that than some other people.
Medio, can I speak something? Can I interject?
Yeah,
okay, interject.
Yeah, come in a lot. Yeah.
You see, there are lots of ways you can improve your naira. You see what woman is saying by someone spending on infrastructure. You see, it's an accountant that will see savings as putting money somewhere, but an economist we see savings as investment in critical infrastructure to create jobs, to generate more money, and where there's a correlation between job creation and security. So that's what we are looking at. Because if you get there and start saving money, without investing, it's just a waste of time for person that will come later.
But hold on, Ola. That is not where I was going. That was not what I was saying. It's not as if Peter Obi did not do infrastructure. The network of roads he did in Anambra State, he targeted, it's not just for show. He targeted farming communities and fishing communities because he knew that he needed to make their life easier to bring their produce to the market. That is where he targeted. And I'm from Anambra State, and I know that. And if you want to really know, the performance of a government, like a local government, you ask the people. And I'm sure you, Ola, and everybody here on this platform has been hearing once in a while about Peter Obi in Anambra State, even before now, before this season. It is the people, it doesn't matter. Forget whatever he says to himself about himself. You ask the people, the perception the people have of him. That is the most important metric. Even Soludo that just got in referenced Peter Obi more than his predecessor from the same party, the guy that presented him as a governor. He didn't know Peter Obi would be what Peter Obi is today. So that is the point I was trying to make.
Okay.
Well, you don't sound convinced, Ola.
Well, because I was the next question I was going to ask is this now. He said the targeted farming community or those things. Now I expect something like a backup, okay, since he has done this as the output, the farm output from those areas, can we just make reference to how that thing surge up when the surge in farm output, in agricultural output, immediately he did that. So those are the kind of things that I want to.
I'm not his personal assistant. I don't have data, but I am from the state, and I visited and I knew the state before and after him, and I know what people will say of him, or what the messages we received from him in those days. And not to talk of the national awards and international awards he received. Those things are more important than whatever he can tell you about himself. Now, like I said, I'm not. You see, this Peter Obi whole thing. Let me review something here. This Peter Obi whole brouhaha. Personally, now this is me speaking personally for myself. The only joy I take away from this is this surge in the registration for PVC of my people, especially in the southeast. You know, the Igbo people in Nigeria, especially at home in the southeast, the last time these people really participated in the electoral process was in the Second Republic. It was the last election between when Shagari won with Alex Ekweme. That was the last time. In this new dispensation of democracy, they just voted. You know, they didn't care. People don't go out. They don't go out to vote. They don't make it. They go to their businesses because they didn't think they had a stake in the country. And that is why all this movement of IPO, all this separatist movement came and took over, because these people saw nothing to hope for. They saw nothing to hope for in the polity. Now, I prefer these people now going to arm themselves with PVC instead of pump action, instead of AKs. You know, that their anger, they express it in the voting, in the ballot, instead of going to attack people on the street. So that is my personal, you know, what I take away. So for me, like one man asked, what would be victory? For me, I already have my own personal victory. You know, that is very important for me.
What will be victory for Peter Obido? What will be, and you can go as far as to say taking the presidency, because that is in play too. But what metric would you use to measure success for Peter Obi?
Now, success for me, I have explained. Number two success is giving PDP a beating in the southeast. We voted for these people, even to our detriment. We stood with PDP during Jonathan's time. Even if Jonathan later turned to APC, we voted knowing that we will be punished for it. And with Atiku, we came out and confirmed that vote, knowing that punishment was coming. But we stood with them, and they violated their own internal agreement against the Southeast. You know what is painful sometimes? When I remember that when you used to present your program here and say, oh, the Igbo elders are going to beg for, that was painful. Usually
they still are begging, by the way, but this time for the vice presidency.
Stop. One man, stop penning me now. Stop penning me.
No, not begging. But
let me just conclude. Let me just conclude, please. So,
can I say something?
Wait. Let me conclude. So that begging. Oh, the power has to be returned to the southeast for equity, for love, for peace, and all that blah blah blah. That was nonsense to me. But if they had their votes locked like this, if they had their people with their PVC, if they have the opportunity to show not just their numbers, their strength, and their spread in the country, people will come begging for them. It's already started happening. When we even treated it here, Atiku going back to try to lure Peter Obi back. That is the power of people having their vote concentrated. So punishing.
Meadowman, this is the politics that we've always desired from the southeast.
Exactly. Exactly.
I am enjoying it. This is politics that we want from the southeast.
I am enjoying it. When I started enjoying it was when I compared when Andy Uba went to Lagos to campaign for Anambra State government, and they were shouting and they were yelling, singing that song you like to him. And when and during before the primaries, Peter Obi went to the same place and they were shouting Obi. That gave me joy, because that means bringing my people, especially the young people. These young people are 18, 19, 20, 25, 30. These people have multiple cycles of multiple election cycles to participate in. That is power. That is the real power. Having guns and staying in the bush is not what we need, and it doesn't give you respect. So that is what gives me pride. Personally, I would say, just to conclude, that success for me will be giving PDP a big beating in the southeast and biting them in the nose in the south. So, but generally speaking, maybe in the numbers, if Peter Obi can garner 3, 4, 5 million votes countrywide, he becomes a political giant, right? He becomes, and if he can lock that fellowship, not like Kwankwaso has. Kwankwaso has been out of power for some time, but he still had those votes locked, and that is why he has the respect he has today. That is why people are afraid of him. But Peter Obi's own is different because let's even admit that only Igbos will vote for him. They have the number and they have the spread. That makes him a power to contend with.
All right, thank you, Medoman. So a lot of what is happening is actually some of the things that Ajan Lekoko himself has always advocated on this platform, that in a peculiarity like Nigeria, the politics that will be most effective is a regionalized sort of politics, and it looks as though that is happening via osmosis. But let's hear from our Saki father who wanted to interject before I go on to Thomas,
Yes.
who will take the floor. Yeah, so Saki, you wanted to say?
Yeah. Thank you, one man. I enjoy this program, but one man will always go to more, and he will always like to move against Peter. Why?
How am I mowing against Peter Obi now? You want to turn it into ethnic again? This is what enigmatic was saying.
No, I'm just trying to. I'm not serious. I'm just trying to
carry on.
So I'm not trying to argue against what the last speaker said. I just want to lend my voice to what he said. Actually, I'm from Anambra State, and I know quite well about Peter Obi. What he's doing now is not pretense, I must tell you. That is his life. He has done a lot, That is how he does. That is him. He's just frugal. But that frugality is seen from a negative angle by those political jobbers that want to siphon money. But to the common man, he's not frugal. He does what he's supposed to do. You said something about that he saved a lot of money in Anambra State, but he appeared not to devote much money to infrastructural development. I disagree with that. During his time, he did a lot in infrastructure. In fact, the highest number of roads constructed in Anambra State was done under his regime since 1999. He did about more than 800 kilometers of road during his time. So he actually achieved a lot. And that very money we are talking about, he did not just save it as saving money. He just called it like future generation money. He's trying to say that we cannot, because we want to solve immediate problems, and we will not permit future generation to also benefit as well. So he actually he's trying to follow this Norwegian model, because Norway today is also doing the same thing. They have been doing it since they discovered oil. So he's actually trying to follow that very model. He didn't just save the money and called it money. So I think he invested it in I don't think
he's following the Norwegian model, because the Norwegian model is a national policy, and Peter Obi is just a two-term governor. So he can't do something in the expectation that his successors would do it. But thank you, Saki. Saki, I wanted to go on to Thomas, so I thought you just wanted to make a quick insertion. And when you told me you're from Anambra, but you said Peter Obi, it made me suspicious, because people from Anambra, they don't.
No, I'm not.
People from Anambra, they don't say Peter Obi, they say Peter Obi. So that's what they say, Peter Obi. So yeah, I suspect they're not. It's Peter Obi. Why did they say they can't even pronounce Peter in the southeast?
No, I'm from Anambra actually.
All right, brilliant. Let me go on to Thomas Saki, still to come back to you. But Thomas, this space now, somewhat preparing pay politics. Shekari me is what this guy is being accused of. Everything almost like a stunt. Is this guy trying to game the Nigerian space? Well, because we saw it with Buhario, a man of simple means, a Spartan man, a man that just drinks akamu and akara just for breakfast, and that is his meal for the day. That was how they sold Buhari to us. But look what we are seeing now. They are borrowing money to loot, and the country is falling apart. So rinse and repeat is what people are accusing Peter Obi of. Shekarimi politics, Ojuaye, Thomas.
Thank you, one man. Good evening, everyone. Before I go on, let's like the channel, subscribe, and God bless everyone. One man, to me, this man is not showing up or is pretending. I think this is his lifestyle. And even the video you play, one man, the man did the video himself and put it on the internet. It's somebody that did this video, and the person can actually even video him and didn't post it anywhere, and we will not even know about this, all this brouhaha. So the person that videoed the clip is the one that posted it to the world, and I don't know, Peter Obi told him to post it to the world. So I think this is this man's lifestyle. You can't take it for him. And like evidence.
Do you think the person that videoed that thing? Do you think it was just a random passenger or part of his party on that trip? Because of course he will not be traveling alone; he'll be traveling with a team.
To me, the man videoing him, he looks like Yoruba guy. If you watch that video again,
yes, he has a mixed team. Of course, his campaign director Donyo Okukwe.
Yeah, so to me, people could say he's pretending. I can buy that argument, but Enigmatic said here he has flown with this man before on economy, and even you read some comments that I flown with this man before on economy. So I think this is just his lifestyle, but that doesn't equal to that the man will be a good president. But we can't say that he's pretending. No. If it was flying one man, let's just say now, we just saw Tinubu on economy, and he has been flying private jet before. We can say that is pretentious, he's pretending. But this man, he has been flying economy. Many people have testified to it. Many people have flown with him before. So I can't really say he's pretending. That is my opinion. Everybody has their opinion. But in my humble opinion, I can't say he's pretending in any way. This is just him. He's an economist. We count them as stingy person. Economists, they are stingy person. Even in the Western world, they don't spend money. They will be driving a raggedy, very wretched car, and they will have millions. So that is just their lifestyle. Anybody economist, they are not flamboyant person. Even if their family want to spend flamboyantly, they will caution them. They spend their money judiciously. So that is just him, one man. I can't fault him, but that doesn't mean he could not be a pretentious man. But this lifestyle of flying, what they call it, economy, I think this is his lifestyle. I will give it to him. I will give him kudos for that. Because if you were to be flying private jet or flying in business class or private jet, and immediately he got the LP presidential and he start flying economy, we can say he's pretending. But this is just his lifestyle, one man, and I will give it to him. I respect him for that. Economists, they are stingy. Even their family member, they don't like them because they don't want to spend money. One man, you bring a story here now that he said his firstborn he doesn't have a car or something, and you will say that man of high quality, maybe his son should be driving Ferrari, driving Lamborghini, stunting in Abuja, driving exotic cars. But this man said his son doesn't have a car. So this is just his lifestyle, one man.
All right.
him kudos for that.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So let me go from Thomas to Ajanle Koko, and maybe we'll vary the topic a bit because I think people unanimous somewhat in support of Peter Obi. I'll go to Ajanle Koko, who may want to touch on the Peter Obi space at his discretion, but I'll invite...
Man, please, can I make this comment, please?
Right.
Please, one sec. I watched something on Daddy Free's what they call it program, and this comedian Okon or so is they are batching what they call it Showore. This misconception has been there. I just want to address it. If you permit me one sec, please. One minute.
All right, very briefly, but and to the point as well. What was said and what is your concern?
Yes, the guy said Showore brought Buhari to power. Showore never campaigned for Buhari. Never. He was angry with Goodluck Jonathan tenure that they were corrupt, and people translate it to that he was vying for, he was campaigning for Buhari to come to power. Showore, if anybody can bring a clip that said Showore was campaigning for Buhari, I will say I'm wrong. But people have this misconception about this guy that Showore campaigned for Buhari, Showore brought Buhari. Showore never brought Buhari. He was campaigning against Goodluck Jonathan, and people saw Buhari as the alternative, and people voting Buhari. So I was very angry when we were batching him. He brought Buhari, he campaigned for Buhari, he brought Buhari. I just want to make that comment.
All right, thank you, Thomas. Those are your thoughts. A lot of people do feel that either frontally or by implied meaning he campaigned for Buhari. There's people who feel that he takes some responsibility. But thank you for that. Let me go from you, Thomas, to Ajanle Koko, and have him speak on now. There's a new name to conjure with in the APC space, Ajanle Koko, and they are reporting now that the person now in the front lead for the VP slot is Governor Ganduje. So it comes as a surprise, but not really as a surprise, because of course it's political expediency, isn't it? Because Kano now in play, and who better to deliver if they have any chance at all? They have to go to that space, and they need to sweep Kano up if they stand a chance. And Ganduje also, he caught very nicely within the Nigerian space. Is an educated man, very articulate. There are good reports from him from Kano State. Yes, of course, he was seen stuffing his pocket with dollars, but who is not stuffing his pocket in Nigeria? So Ganduje, the new now name for the VP slot. What are you making then of that as an idea, Ajanle Koko? And you can touch on the Peter Obi space too, if you have thoughts on those. So Ajanle Koko, your thoughts.
Thank you, Woman. Let me urge our listeners around the world to please click on the like button, share, and subscribe as well if you have not. Is it the issue of Peter Obi for riding on, flying on economy class? I don't think it's new. He said it on, Arise News or some other news channel that he flies on economy. And a lot of people that are criticizing him for this, or thinking that maybe he's pretending or trying to show that he's a simple man, different from other politicians. Maybe they have not heard him say that before. And because of the image that Nigerian politicians have created, being, wasteful spender and people that, don't act or believe in accountability. That's why they say so. But for Peter Obi, that is the way, that is who he is. Yes, he is not flamboyant, he's not, he live a very simple life. and that is good. We should give kudos to him for that. But you know, at the same time, when leaders act in such a way that call for questioning, let us let us let us do that. Let us question him. He is a man that claims to be a prudent manager of resources. A prudent manager of resources, I will not expect him. Somebody that fly on economy, now buying form for 40 million to pursue political ambition. See, that is contradictory right there. You know, because your action speak louder than voice, and sometimes your action and what you say carries implication. So, what is the implication of him riding on economic class? It shows that he's a simple man. He's a frugal spender. That's what he tell me. But on the other side, a man spending 40 million, you know, to pursue presidential ambition. It shows on the other side too that is 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 a man that that doesn't sound. That doesn't. Yeah. What do you want to say?
Coco, I was just wanting to explore that frugal space because that seems to be the attribution for this video that is generating somewhat of a controversy. But are we looking for a frugal spender or a creative spender? Are we looking for a creative mind or somebody to save money?
Well, I mean, we're looking for both, for frugal spender and somebody that is creative as well. But for him to buy phone for 40 million, when he claimed to have a wristwatch, one wristwatch that has been using for 40 years or 30 years, according to him, that he have shoes, maybe 3 or 5 shoes, that his son does not have a car. That is very contradictory. That call for questioning. So, and he was pursuing, he bought form for 40 million. He participated, he sponsored a candidate in the last election, and I believe he would have spent some millions of naira in support of that candidate. He participated he has been in PDP for 8 years or maybe 10 years before now, doing all the things, supporting everything. And PDP awarded him, or let me say maybe Atiku awarded him with the vice president in the last 2019 presidential election. He was in the what do you call it? He was in the convention in 2018 before the election. He saw what played out. There was money spending. They spent millions of naira. I mean dollars. You sticking with him. You are giving vice president, and you are participating now. You've spent 40 million, and just only 3 days to the primary, and you said, "I am bolting out because I've seen them spending money." That's called for questioning. That call for questioning. That shows that he has seen something, and what he saw is that he's not going to win that primary. It will be badly beaten, and he didn't want that that huge disgrace, political disgrace, and that is why he ran. So for him to lie that, oh, because they're spending there, I detest that kind of leadership. Leaders must not lie to their people. When they lie this way before they get to government, or before they get to the elective position, the same way they will lie to you when they are in the position of power. So when people lie as this, particularly a person in the position of leadership, we should focus questioning, we should criticize him, we should x-ray who he is, and
implication of his action, we should be able to read what have we seen about somebody like this in the past. Who is this person? In the present Nigeria, somebody that we are seeing like him, that is very frugal, simple, not flamboyant, is Buhari. This is the way Buhari was. This is the way they packaged Buhari for us. And a lot of people went wild about him. This is the best man that can fix the job. This is the man that can kill corruption in Nigeria. This is the man that will do everything. People in the Southwest, in Yoruba land, Tinubu was leading them, and Yoruba people were jumping up. They are yes, we are going Buhari way. What did he give you in return? Failure. So when you see somebody like this guy, like Buhari, simple man, frugal man, easy man to approach, like, we should call for questioning. So the people that are supporting him should see us questioning this guy, asking questions about him as not his enemy, but we should be seen as people that love that country to be the best country, and not we're looking for the best leadership. We don't want pretender. We don't want a liar. So he lied, and he carried out some contradictory action, buying from, investing in the corrupt party, and now telling us that, oh, because they're spending dollar, that's why. So that is about him for Obi. So on the Ganduje, I think if you
can I add something on that, Obi, if I'm allowed?
Sorry, before you do that, I think Teobala wanted to push Ajanle Koko. So Teobala, push.
Okay, thank you, Woman. Because Ajale Koko made mention of a question regarding rather something regarding Peter Obi say they spend money. The question I want to ask Ajale Koko: do Atiku, even Wike, do they really buy delegate or not?
Who told you that they did not buy delegate? Yes, they bought delegate, and so what's the big issue about that? That is what the party that Obi invested in. That is who they are. He has been part of them. He is not a saint. He should not be exonerated. He invested in this corrupt party that have destroyed Nigeria, and so he should not be exonerated. We should see him as part of them, and he should not try to change the tune as if it's a new person trying to play a new game. No, you cannot play a new game. It's part of these people. The same thing with Kwankwaso.
Yeah, you are right. I send money to Nigeria.
You cannot play any new game.
Ajale Koko, I send money to Nigeria for the past 3 days now. They have not seen dollar to give me. That's what Obi discovered. He said that people who are doing business, they are not seeing dollar to use for their business. We were politicians are spending dollars. So this is not part of the policy. I'm speaking with you right now. My money is still with Western Union. I've not seen dollar, but politicians have hold dollar.
Well, but that's a different narrative now.
That's a different narrative.
What Ajale Koko is interrogating is these commentaries that are wrapped around the Peter Obi narrative. And Ajale Koko is questioning that this guy spent 40 million naira only to jettison the party for reasons vague and spurious, and to go and pack his ambition somewhere else, and still continuing in a Spartan, frugal narrative. Is that a good summary, or Ajale Koko, am I misquoting you?
Yes, you're right, Woman. That's my position. So
the inherent hypocrisy in that is what Ajale Koko.
Completely. It cannot wear a new face. It's part of them. It should not be exonerated. We must condemn him. We must kneel for new face. And the new face that have been fighting for you, new face that never change, that is the person that can fight for you when they get to the position of power, not Peter Obi. He cannot do it. It's part of these criminals that destroy the system. So that's my position on that. I am a person once bitten, twice shy. When a leader lie, don't be emotional about any leader. Leadership position is a position of responsibility. It's a position that whoever that is going to assume that leadership position must be ready for questioning, must be ready for all sort of interrogation. And emotional in this cannot help us as people. We are well-educated people. We see the way it works in the advanced world.
Are you suggesting that Peter Obi is fatally damned by that act? Is he fatally damned or just questionable?
Well, it's questionable, and I don't think it's fit for that position. We should just sweep him aside as we are sweeping Tinubu, as we are sweeping Atiku, and just go for new faces of leadership. That is the only. Emotional cannot help us. Yoruba that are supporting Tinubu now, they are just they don't really love their country, and they don't love the future of their children. The same thing, the same for people that are supporting Atiku, and same for this for this OB that have been part of these people. We must condemn all of them and look for new set of leadership. That is when we can start to get it right. And Showore is my man that never shake, never wavered, a very a sacrificial leader, a visionary leader. He never want to join these people. A lot of people are pushing, go and align. You don't align like that. A political party is an association with the people, with these people of the same political ideology. That ideology is what matters. Ideology. When the ideology does not rhyme, when you don't have the same ideology, you cannot work together. And that is what Obi is doing. Obi's political ideology and his economic theory does not rhyme with that label where he went. That is questionable as well. If you don't question your leader, you will never get it right. That is my position. His political ideology, his economic theory, which it stands for, is totally in contrary with what Labour Party stand for. But you people don't want to do that because you just want to follow. No, you don't follow people. Don't follow anybody. Don't follow leader. Think well, look well, and act well. That is where we can get it right. So that's about Obi. Let me go to Ganduje.
Okay, can I have?
Hold on. Before your opinions are obviously not universally held or shared, Ajanle Koko, or not even popular either, as I'm sure you are not surprised to hear. So Ayo Joe has gone to Super Chat to just clap back at you, Ajanle Koko. And he says, at Ajanle Koko, I disagree with you because the cost of form is beyond his control. So he has to pay as he cannot control that space of the cost of form. So I don't think it's necessarily the cost of the form, but the purchase of it that Ajanle Koko was speaking to. So he says, at Ajanle Koko, I disagree with you because the cost of form is beyond his control. So he has to pay as he cannot control that space of cost of form. So it's not so much the cost, but really the I don't know, but Ajanle Koko, that's the clap back. Thank you for the super chat, Ayo. Ola wanted to come in, but Ola, just a short insertion, then Ajanle Koko carries on.
No, just give me 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, carry on.
You see, I was listening to different excuses that people were giving to support the political miscalculation that will be made in the morning. And wow, it's so surprising that people should be giving excuses to what can kill the potency that Obi has now, all those kind of things. Now, I'm from Ekiti, for example. What do you think is my feeling when I heard that? Let me say this: that Obi lied, that he was going to Egypt to order study how the power this thing works there. All these things, see, whether you like it or not, true stone, these are blatant lies. Because number one, even if Egypt is doing something at 10 cents, doesn't mean that they will come to Nigeria to do it at 10 cents because the terrain is so different, the policy around that place is so different, a lot of things. And then you want to be a leader and you are saying you have to visit that thing yourself. How many are you going to visit yourself? And you must win this election before you can even do that. And you will need votes from the people from Mekiti, from every cranny and corner, every nook and crannies of the country for you to win. You ignore that and you are saying you are traveling. No, you avoided, you dodge. You didn't face the people, and people are saying, no, it's new and he doesn't know the new candidate. That is not acceptable. That is not acceptable. Those are the excuses. This thing is not about emotion. You have to be on ground and grab as many people that you can grab to your side. So that is it. Then people are telling us that this guy, apart from savings, kudos to be on that. Okay, you want to bring a production economy. I'm sorry to give you this bad news. There is nothing Obi is talking about production economy that Tinubu, for example, has not demonstrated, that Atiku has not demonstrated. Maybe we forgot. Go back to their policy back. Go and look at the local content that Atiku championed with Obasanjo, that a particular percentage of whatever you want to do will be, will be local. So all those things, when you want to promote Obi, please give us something credible. Don't give us something that will make me feel that are these people thinking that I'm an idiot or whatever. So when you look at Ekiti now, you are ignoring my state, for example, and you think I'm happy with you. Oh my goodness. Already, as I'm here already, trust me, I'm even one of those people that I'm furious now that I've been working against to be aggressively in Ekiti. What will you say about that? So please, when we are telling you about the shortcomings of Obi, it's not that we hate him. Obi will have been the best if he can come in, because other than saving money, what is his strategy on existential threat? Like, for example, you restructure, you give us state police. How are you going to make sure that even when you leave that government, that the same people that brought us back will not come back again and do the same thing tomorrow? All of this thing we want to hear, instead of defending his political miscalculation of going to Egypt. It doesn't work like that. If you defend him from now to tomorrow, though you can only be telling that to yourself. You won't tell that to potential voters like me. So these are the things I just want us to correct, because all these things we are saying, that this thing, you can say bias, you can say anything. But see, all those things, some of us, we've grown beyond all those things. Oh, you are ethnic, you're this thing. We've grown beyond all those things. I won't listen, I will deflect all those things. I just want you guys to say, oh, Obi, you need to do this. We need to do this. Encourage this guy if you like him. But if you are defending his political miscalculation, I'm sorry, you are not helping him. You are actually dragging him down. That's just my own submission.
All right, thank you. So thank you, Ola. So a counter narrative from Ola. So Ajande Koko, back to you, as you were, and then sweep up the Ganduje space as well. Because I'm curious to see what people are thinking or making of Ganduje as a possible vice president. And if you want to add in the Yadua narrative to that, because I think that is pertinent, especially with the two lead parties. We have to factor the Yadua's narrative. One, because of Tinubu's known state of health, and because for the PDP, Atiku's advanced age.
Yeah, well, man. In addition to the OB, this thing, if I go to Ganduje, you see this problem of electricity that is going for. Look, I don't know why people doesn't want to see reason when we try to question somebody that they, really love. Blind love. You don't have blind love for any leader. It's not your family member. It's your family member you can love to death. But anybody that is trying to lead you, you should see that person as a servant that you are ready to send a job, and you should not just love him with emotion or tribal love for that person. So Nigerian problems are human problem, human created problem, or let's say self-created. We created the problem.
and we can solve it. We know all the problem. We know where the problem lies, and we have solution to it by ourselves. It is not when you go to Egypt or when you go to Cairo or when you go to heaven that you will see solution to Nigerian problem. We know our problem. The security problem we have in Nigeria, we know the problem. If we have security at local level, at state level, at this thing, they are well armed, they will kill all the terrorists everywhere. The electricity problem, we know what the problem is. We can solve it by ourselves. You don't need to go to Egypt and be bamboozling and lying to people. A report came out that he went for AGM meeting of a particular bank. It could be true, it could not be true. But let's leave that. Let me go to Ganduje. You see, woman, you see, if Tinubu finally settle on Ganduje, that would tell me that that to me, I will look that as a strategic political decision and a very desperate decision by Tinubu in order to win Kano. Because Kano vote, I think, is the highest in the whole of the federation, if I'm not getting it right. If I'm not getting it wrong. The last presidential election, I thought they got maybe 1.5 or 1.7 million votes.
Yeah, in totality, the votes cast in totality was well in excess of 2 million. But I think APC got 1.5.
Yes, 1.5 or so. So with the crisis in APC in Kano, it's going to be very hard for them to get such large vote now, because the two we have three political powers in Kano. Kwankwaso number one, Shekarau and Ganduje. And Shekarau and Kwankwaso have moved to NMPP. And these are grassroots politicians, particularly Kwankwaso. So, and Kwankwaso is leading. He's a presidential candidate too. So that local vote will go for him, whether we like it or not. So if Tinubu settle on Ganduje, I think he'll be making that strategic political decision in order to break into Kano and destroy Ganduje. Because some Kanoans, or what do they call them? The citizens of Kano will look, between Ganduje and this, Ganduje is going for number 7, Kwankwaso is going for number 1, and they will look at Kwankwaso party. Kwankwaso party is not well spread, it's not a national party, it's just a sectional party, Kano and some state in the northwest. So some will say it will be better if we help this our son to go to number 2nd position, in case anything happened to Tinubu. I don't wish him bad though. I'm just saying that I don't wish him death or any bad thing to happen to him. In case anything happens, in case of emergency, our son will become number 1. So, but that there's going to be a backlash. What is the image that Tinubu will be selling to Nigerians about Ganduje? If you settle on Ganduje, if you're selling an image of a man that is
people are already talking about bullion vans and dollars.
Yes. If you're selling an image of most corrupt ever leadership in the history of that country, because he is known with bullion van, his credibility among the citizens across the country. Some love him, but yes, some don't like him at all. So
just as an aside, Ajane Koko, do you think as we get into the thickness of the politics of it, that bullion van is something that Tinubu necessarily must address?
No, he should not address it. If he try to address it, it will hurt him more. He should just keep quiet. But he cannot escape it. He will have question to answer about that when they come to presidential debate. People will ask him. They will ask him. He need to tell us what is William Van do, particularly to William Van. What are they doing in your compound on election or a day before the election? Did they bring some money, dollars, naira, to your house so that you can distribute it to buy votes? And which contravene the electoral law of the land? What was the William Van doing in your house? We should be able to ask the question. He's been escaping it all this while. He talked about it one day when they asked him question. He said, well, I'm a private citizen. I can do whatever I like. I did not get contract from government of Lagos State. I did not get contract for anybody. That is what he says all the time, you see? So, but he cannot escape it. Whether you like it or not, we're going to ask question about those William Van. But he particularly doesn't need to address it, doesn't need to speak about it for political experience. He needs to just keep cool until when people ask questions. So if he finally pick Ganduje, he'll be selling a very bad image of two corrupt ever in the history of Nigeria, before the country, that I am corrupt. This is Gandola with me. If anything happens, Gandola will be there and will be Gandollaring your dollar. And, it won't look good for him. If he's smart, he need to go and get that guy from Borno State, Shetima, the former governor of Borno State. He has a very outstanding record as a former governor of Borno State that developed the economy of the state and the educational facility and the health facility. That guy has a very good record, and there's no what do you call it, anti-corruption whatsoever against it or corruption.
Yes. Please, are you not pushing for Christian VP?
Oh yes. But all those that we have seen as possible vice president are all Muslims. So the one that could be better than others is what I am speaking to. Shetima will be better than Ganduje. Shetima will be better than this little man from Kaduna, because that one is an extremist too. Shetima will be better than others, but I would prefer him to choose a Christian. But from every indication, from what we are seeing, they are saying that picking Christian is going to hurt him. Is going to give him that huge vote, and that Muslim from the north can vote against a protest vote in favor of Atiku. So, but I would prefer him. I would like him to pick a Christian, at least for us to balance that power at the purpose level of our governance in Nigeria. Number one, Muslim, and number two, Christian. And so it should be the other way around as well. If a Christian is the president, we should have Muslim as the vice president. That's how it should be. It shouldn't be that the Christians must not see themselves as second-class citizens in the north. They should be able to have equal right as the Muslim in the north, and not that all the time when it comes to the highest position in the land, and Muslim alone can have it in the north. That is not good for us as a nation. So Tinubu should look very well. But politicians, being what they are, they will do what they know that is good for them. They will not do what is good for you. They never represent you. They will never represent you. So, but just what is good for them, that is what they will do. That is what they will do.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Ajane Koko. Well put. So thank you, Ajane Koko. Stay with us. Let me go to Baba Akure because I've just seen him put a bunch of peanuts in his mouth. So I want to hear him speak with a mouth full as I invite him to run a commentary on Atiku's running mate. Atiku's running mate, Southeast in final push as PDP begins to screen Wike. So that space now is there's no permanent positions in politics. Politics essentially is about getting the most you can because just go into your TARDIS and go back. Go into your TARDIS and go back 2 weeks ago, and the whole of the Southeast they were banging the table in insist. Sorry, do you want me to come back to you? Who's on? Oh, it's Ajande Koko that is on the phone. All right. So go back go into your TARDIS and go back 2 weeks ago, and the whole of the Southeast were banging the table that if any Igbo person that takes the vice presidential slot will be stoned out of Igbo land. This is all we heard, and we took them literally at their words. But now, look, 360 fast forward. Now they are pleading with our Atiku for that vice presidential slot because they are looking at the top table and they are not seeing their names there. So, one of their seniors said it quite succinctly that if they don't get a top table seat, that's them schemed out for what for a good however many years for the next 16 years. So yes, at least for the next 8 years. So that will tell you that for 40 years of this new democratic dispensation, there's never been a Southeastern at the top table. So now this 360 is really what amuses somewhat, a total reversal in position. The Southeast now pleading for the vice presidential slot. So that, Baba Akure, and your commentaries on the Peter Obi narrative that everybody's speaking on. Baba Akure.
Thank you very much for having me tonight. I greet everybody. And I will also urge our listeners, like Ajan Legoko always mentioned, that we should try at least to click the like button. At least right now we have 320 viewers, and we only have 69 likes. I think we should do better than that. If all these people on the platform, if they don't like this platform, at least we should be able to see dislike, but we never see any dislike button. So I think we all love what is going on in this program, and I will suggest that we continue clicking like button. Now, well, I think it is very funny case that South. Anyway, I know that one man is very sweet-mouthed. Anyway, like like eastern part of Nigeria is begging for vice president slot. Well, I think they don't really need to beg for it to me because they have their own son, which is Peter Obi, who is also president aspirant under the platform of Labour Party. To me, I think they should support him. Doesn't really matter which party you are from. If Southeast, we just sit down here and permutating that Peter Obi, we only have 2 million votes in Nigeria. I love enigmatic anyway. He said if he get 2 million votes, well, that is a victory for him. But I can bet it with you, if eastern part of Nigeria, the way they really take issue of marginalization, the way they really take it serious, I think if they really come out and vote massively for Peter Obi, is supposed to at least get 98% of the vote in the eastern part of Nigeria. Then come to the south. We have a lot of Igbo in Lagos State, because I will still be mentioning this. We have a lot of Igbos who are born in Lagos State, even in Yoruba land generally. At least if you can get massive vote from that place too, and if you can get vice from the northern part like Kwakwaro, I think he have better chance to win the election than Tinubu and Atiku.
To win it outright. To win it. Did you say to win it?
I said he have better chance than that of Tinubu and Atiku. Because right now, like I said, until when are they going to present their vice president self? I think it will be on Friday, right?
Latest, they must by Friday.
Okay. So at that time, we really know who have better chance. But as it stands right now, to me, I think Peter Obi, if he and Kwankaso agree, I think he has better chance than Tinubu and Atiku. Right? Why? Because if Tinubu refuse to choose Christian as his running mate, either in the northern part of Nigeria, he is going to get little votes from Christendom. That is just the fact. There is no way you cannot twist it. Let alone he is going to, if he choose Ganduje to be his vice, then they done. When I always mention on this platform, they gone Gwaza, they done. And I think, like you said, what they are trying to do is that if they use that man as his vice, considering the fact that Tinubu is shaking like this, like that one of our house of was it from house
yes, yes, the economy is shaking like this, and I have to look for that guy.
So you know how
Abakure, I like that guy, yo. The economy they check. And he doesn't keep quiet. He always talk, even though he will just say his own.
Exactly, and he speaks his English language the way he understood it. So he's a very nice guy anyway. So you know the economy is doing like this. Tinubu said he's doing like this. He's doing like this. So if we pray that nothing happened to him, so definitely Ganduje is going to be the president, and the whole country is fall apart. It is already fall apart anyway. But when you put Bulovan plus Babariga dollar, so then the country is done. So to me, I strongly believe that Peter Obi has.
Baba Akure, sorry for cutting you. Baba Akure, sorry for calling you. Are you not buying the fact that Yoruba, the Southwesterner, they will pick Omowanejoshi first before religion? They will still vote for Tinubu, Baba.
No. Not this election is going to be different from what we used to see. I can tell you that.
Are you sure about that, Baba Akure?
I'm very sure. Let's just take note of that, because even look at what happened in our world just of recent. Do you think our people will now, because Akredolu is from there, because they give them right now they've already donated about 75 million? Do you think they will, because of that, those who in the grassroots, do you think because of that they will now vote for Muslim, knowing fully well that it is not going to work out anyway?
Baba Akure, if you stay with the example that you've just cited, I would say that the people of Owo are more likely than anyone else to vote for Tinubu, because they will feel that it is their own son that can best protect them. They won't feel safe under anybody else other than their son.
What that is the thinking of those who are not really educated.
Yeah, but most of them are not. Most of them are not.
No, you cannot say that to one man.
Sorry.
If they are not well educated, we will educate them of what to do, because we are not going to accept Muslim to Muslim ticket. As for me, if I happen to be in Nigeria during election, I'm not going to vote for him anyway. If he does that, I am not going to, because even the northern part of Nigeria will not allow Christian ticket, let alone Muslim. They will never allow Christian.
But we're not as fanatical in the south as they are in the north.
Well, you are very right, but what is not right is not right. So Tinubu needs to get Christian as vice, as his vice from the northern part of Nigeria. I don't have any problem choosing Christian from the northern part of Nigeria. That will balance it. If he does that, and that person is a well-known person, I think he may have better chance. But if he want to choose,
Baba Kure, don't you think it's a suicide?
What's that?
Don't you think that's a suicide for him to pick a Christian? Because he know that the northern Muslim will not vote for him, and he needs the northern vote.
So do you think all the northern are Muslim? They have Christian too.
But they have majority.
They might not as much. You are right. They might not as much as Muslim, and at the same time, not all Muslim will allow that too, because based on what is going on right now, because they don't like some of them don't like issue of fanaticism, religion fanaticism too. So based on what is going on right now, to me, I think Obi has more chance, and I will suggest the Eastern Quarter rather than begging for vice president, like one man said, because I did see that. Like one man said, I will suggest that they just support their own son, like Yoruba is going to do another.
You mean like all or nothing bet? So sorry, Baba Kule. I think if you wanted to interject, did you? I thought you wanted. Go on.
Yeah, Baba Kure has a point. Right now, currently in Nigeria, because I'm actually in Nigeria, I'm in Abuja right now. So the truth is this: the North is actually, first of all, the North they are kind of divided when it comes to Tinubu. The Northwest is majority Muslims. Then you now have Northeast where they have a lot of Christians there. So the fact is this. It's a dicey situation for Tinubu. If he goes with a Muslim ticket, the South won't vote for him. A lot of people from the South won't vote, and a lot of Christians from the Northeast won't vote for him. That's the fact. But if he goes with a Northern Christian, there is currently speaking, even Shetima, there is no Northern Christian that has the political weight to help him win the election. So it is really a big problem for him currently. So people were saying, if he knew he was going to run for president, why didn't he sponsor a Northern Christian to gain that popularity, and gain that political weight, so that he will use that person when it comes to this election, actually. So that's a very dicey issue for him. And also speaking in the Southwest is kind of divided currently in Nigeria when it comes to Tinubu. A lot of them don't even want him. To be sincere with you, and I have to be truthful with everybody here. Right now, Nigeria is in a dicey situation, and it has to do with ethnicity and religion. Right now, the religion issue, the blasphemy, killings, and all that is getting into people's head. Right now, people are not finding it funny. What Nigeria really needs is somebody who will unite us first and calm the situation, because what is going on here, this political elite are using divide and conquer rules and methods to divide Nigerians. They are just planting all these issues and all these problems so that we don't like ourselves and come together. That is a major problem coming up in Nigeria right now. For Peter Obi speaking, yes, Peter Obi can go to Egypt to do whatever he wants to do. But the fact is this: Labour Party does not have any structure. In Ekiti right now, the candidate for Labour Party has surrendered to APC. So I can categorically tell you that Labour Party don't even have enough candidates. They might even have 0 for House of Reps and even senatorial seats. So it's a big problem. They are not structured. And that is the issue with Peter Obi right now. He will find it very difficult to win the election. He might get the vote from the Igbos all around the country, not only South East, but all around the country, even in Lagos, the Southwest. That's why they're trying to prevent a lot of Igbos from getting their PVC. So what the Igbos are trying to do is this: they are trying to get their PVC and make a statement. They know that Peter Obi might not win, or definitely won't win. His chances are like below 25%. But they want to make a statement so that coming the next election, they will see them as people that are part of the part of the country. Because right now, an average Igbo man has removed himself mentally from politics that has to do with Nigeria. Even a lot of people in the Southwest and South are trying to feel like they are not part of Nigeria. There's a divide right now in Nigeria. So, sincerely speaking, we need someone that will unite us first and start solving the issues one after the other. You understand? People might say,
Who is that person? Who is that person?
I won't lie to you. I don't really like Atiku that much, but he looks like someone that wants to unite Nigeria. That is just it. But I'm not going to campaign for him or anything like that. So that's just the truth I'm saying. But now
I agree with you. I agree with you, by the way.
So
out of all of the sorry, I know you're interjecting and I'm interjecting you.
Yeah.
But out of all of the candidates in play, the only person that I see as a Nigerian is Atiku. I see Tinubu. Yes, I see Tinubu as a Yoruba man. That's how I see him. I see Peter Obi as an Igbo man. That's how I see him. But Atiku, yes, he's a Fulani man, but I see him as a Nigerian. So I sort of align with your thought. But carry on. If any. Oh, okay, I think we've lost Ifeanyi somewhat. Back to you, Babakure.
Okay, so let me go back to issue of Peter Obi getting out of country to Egypt or Zimbabwe or wherever he traveled to. To me, like Ola said, to me it doesn't really make any sense right now for you to be getting out of a country from one country to another without even even having your vice president, and you have not really done much in issue of campaigning and even gaining as much ground as possible. So going out of country to be looking for something outside the country, that doesn't make any sense. However, for him, me sitting in economic class, I don't see anything wrong in that. It's just that it is Nigeria that we usually believe that, okay, people like that, governors and stuff like that should be in first class or business class. I could remember sometime when I first left Nigeria, I met my permanent secretary on the road with her two legs, walking very fast in front of me. And I just said to myself, is this my permanent secretary? And I was looking at her. And I now said to myself that if this woman could be in Nigeria right now, she will have a personal driver that will be driving her around the city. But she walked. So because of the situation where we find ourselves in Nigeria or in Africa in general, that is why we usually why this person have to take taxi, why this person have to take first class, why this person have to take economic class. And I have one family member that said, if I sit in the first class or business class, the same time the plane will leave and the same time the plane will land. If the plane is going to crash, he's not going to know if you are in first class or you are in second class or you are in business class or you are in economy, even if you are in detail. So it doesn't really matter in as much you get to where you are going. And I see that
but more leg room now. You get more leg room now, and then you get better drinks. Better food, better drinks. Yeah?
That is true. That is true anyway. But some people don't really believe in all that. When we get to the same place, and I see him as somebody who's like reserving something for rainy days, right? So and for him to be in that economic class, and you can see that he's talking with people, because that is where you will meet a lot of people, different people with different view and with different opinion that you can interact with. If you are in business class or you are in first class, it is just minute people you will see there. But in economic class, you see a lot of crowd where you can chat and you can exchange words, and they'll be able to tell you, okay, what do you intend to do for us, and you can answer them. I think that is just one of the political campaign strategy that is using there. However, we've heard from a lot of people that is how his life has been. So there is no way we can take that from him. So all well and good. To me, I don't see anything wrong in him using economic class to travel from Nigeria to Egypt. However, for us saying that Peter Obi is not corrupt, I'm not going to believe in that, because I always say it, all politicians are corrupt. Even in the Western world, we see some of people that some politicians are also corrupt. It's just that they are different to one another from Africa. They're different from African politicians. So that is for Peter Obi. For him,
Baba Akure, they actually say that Western politicians are more corrupt, but their economy has the capacity to absorb it.
Okay,
That's why
well,
they don't say it. Yeah.
it is just that they have system that is working, that is there already. That is why we don't really see the level of corruption that is going on within the within the Western world politicians. If they are not corrupt, why do they go to Africa and divide it into pieces? Anyway, let's just forget about that. Let's just concentrate on what we are discussing. So Peter Obi, I don't see. He might be a little bit different from others, but he's also a politician. He's a very smart guy, and for us saying that he's not corrupt, he is corrupt. And for me, I am not going to I agree with the fact that he said, "Oh, my son is not riding vehicle and this and that." Nobody in his right senses, if you make money, have that money, you won't allow any of your child to experience what you've already experienced. So for him telling us that, oh, my son does not even have vehicle, he can tell them to blind, not me. He can tell fools that, but not me. But I know for sure.
Do you think Peter Obi is somewhat pretentious? This is the allegation people is. Do you find him somewhat? Hold on, you are breaking off anyway. But do you find him somewhat pretentious? Can you hold on, please? Can you find him pretentious? Which is the allegation being leveled against him, Baba Korea?
Well, I am not going to say it's not pretending, but he has some characters which I think it is also good, like that of like people have been testifying about him here that he usually uses first class. But for him to telling us that, oh, well, I use one wristwatch for 20 years, I use this, that is just bullshit to me. I don't really believe in all that. It's just want to get our vote. They're all telling me that my son doesn't have a vehicle, or these, all those small lies. It cannot catch me, because I know for sure your son will be living large, living good. You might not live in large, but they will use it first class to travel around the world. So to me, he pretends as a politician, but he also have a very good characters, which we can say that that he also meets with common people. Does that answer your question?
Brilliant.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, I've heard what you said. For Peter Obi, I don't think he's pretentious in a way. He's just a natural stingy man. His son doesn't have a car of his own, which he bought with his own money, but his son drives his car, Peter Obi's car. Peter Obi he said that he won't buy a car for his son. He wants his son. His son is naturally stingy. That's why people in government don't even want him to be there. That is just his thing. Yes, for the buying of the form, only has no choice than to pay 40 million to buy the form. You understand? That's just the way the party runs. But Peter Obi will never bribe delegates. That is just the man. He's just a stingy man.
So I have a question for you.
Yes, he has done work in Anambra State.
I have a question for you. Is that Aizon?
No,
I'm listening to you.
Ifeanyi.
Okay.
Fine.
Do you know?
Yeah, I'm listening to
you. Do you know any of Obi's son? And do you know where they live?
I don't know any of them personally, but I'm privileged.
Okay, so how do you know? How do you know that they are driving their father's vehicle?
The reason why I know, because people that I know personally, that know them in Nigeria here, you understand, who are like politicians' children that have come to me, that are close with them. They just tell me for a fact that this man is a stingy man. Even his son, when he was in US schooling, he had to use the whether train or bus. He doesn't even have a car there in the US when he was schooling.
Excuse me,
That's
sir.
just the way
Excuse me,
the man
sir.
is.
Let me tell you something, sir. If you fall in love with somebody, right? I don't have anything. You know, I've already talked about this Peter Obi right now. That I believe I even have more, even have better chance than Tinubu and Atiku right now, based on what we are seeing on the ground right now. But that still doesn't take me away from say what I think. And I strongly believe, you might believe that, they might tell you that, oh, his son doesn't have vehicle, he doesn't have buy vehicle for his son. And I'm saying to you now, even me that I'm here, I'm not even rich as Peter Obi is 1 billion richer than me, right? But if I have that money and my son need vehicle, I will not allow my son to pass through the hardship I already went through. That is the fact. You see, those people that are telling you all that kind of story, they want to tell you what you want to hear. Because when you fall in love with somebody, no matter bad thing they do, you will not see that. You always try to defend them. Just like one of my colleagues on those youths, small guy that I always see online. They always praise Tinubu. As a matter of fact, one of the young boy was even saying that this is a youth. He was saying that yes, you've already defeated you've defeated them now, even though you did not even know anything about NSAS. You didn't even know about Lekki toll gates that kill youth, but yet they still kick against you. Do you want to tell me that guy didn't know that these people involved in that massacre? But because he also fall in love, even though he has not even seen Tinubu eye to eye, because Tinubu is his party member, so he has to defend him to any length. So just like that, those people that say to you that Peter Obi's son didn't have vehicle, but Peter Obi's son has a house in UK. They don't have vehicle, but they have houses in UK that they are living. So that's why I'm saying to you, how much do you know them?
Your opinion. I respect your opinion, no doubt. You have facts in what you're saying. Yeah, but this is for me. I'm not like a lover of Peter. I'm not a fanatic of Peter Obi. Me, I'm just here like what may I look for the facts, the truth, and what may I can explain. For example, now, me particular, my parents, for an instance, they got wealth to an extent, you understand, but not that rich. But one thing I learned is this. I'm from Anambra State, but one thing I learned growing up, my parents they prevented me from using a lot of things that they got, wealth that they got, even properties that they got that I should be now using on my own to make money for myself. They prevented me from doing that because they want me to understand the pain and the struggles of having wealth and getting it by yourself. A lot of Anambra people do that for their children. So the point I'm trying to say is
we're debating somewhat, but
no, I'm just making a point.
Let that point and then I'll move on. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so from that is what I'm trying to explain to you. That is the kind of upbringing that Peter Obi has and is impacting in his children. That's what I'm just saying concerning that issue.
All right, fair enough. Round off your thoughts, Baba Akure, and then I'll go on to Pansard.
Well, to me, I do not really to finalize everything. I do not really believe in any politician in Nigeria, honestly, until that Peter Obi or Tinubu or whatever. It doesn't really matter if he's from Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo. I want to see what they are doing before I will say, okay, this person fulfill his promise. So that is me, and everybody should go out in Nigeria, get your PVC, and then vote for your conscience, not for $5,000, 5,000 naira. That is my take on that.
All right, but what about $5,000 though? Should they vote for five? That's a lot of money.
I'm not mentioning. We are not spending dollars in Nigeria. We are not. Dollar is not our currency. Our currency is naira.
No. But let's go with that slip of. Let's go with that slip of.
One man.
Hold on. Can you hold on, please? Can you hold on, please? Ifeyi, don't just settle down, Ifeyi. But Baba Akure, if somebody in Ekiti is offered, or let's say somebody in Akure is offered $5,000 to sell his vote, what would your recommendation be? $5,000.
Well,
You know what
I'm not
that is in naira?
in my own situation, I'm not going to advise the person, but you cannot say that to them because they have not seen that kind of money before. I can tell you if you let me tell you something. You see Buhari now, the way things are very, very bad in Nigeria right now. If he start offering $5,000 for people to vote for him, you know they will vote for him. You hear what I'm saying?
I know that's how much he has beaten down the spirit out of the country.
Exactly. So I'm not talking of 5,000 naira. I'm talking of $5,000, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
In fact, if we get 90% Nigeria votes. So that is it.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you, Baba Kure. Let me go on from you, Baba Kure, to Pansat. But before I go on to Pansat, let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat, and he says, one man, I told you if Igbos in Lagos are allowed to vote en masse, APC will lose Lagos without a shadow of doubt. Igbos in Lagos are 90% PDP. So thank you for that, Alexander Gomez. I'm not far in thought from you on that, Alexander, because the Igbos in Lagos State, one thing we do know about the Southeasterners is that we say that the Northerners work in unison, but nobody works in unison better than the Southeasterners. Once they determine as a community of people to do something, they go line as stride and go and do that. So if they are able to coalesce their votes together in Lagos State, they will determine who will be governor. No doubts about that. So one man, I told you if Igbos in Lagos are allowed to vote en masse, APC will lose Lagos without a shadow of doubt. Igbos in Lagos are 90% PDP. But then I suspect some prejudice there, Alexander Gomez, because of course we know that you have a horse in the Lagos State race, with your brother being one of the senior politicians there. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. As we go on from Baba Akure to Pansat, and we take Pansat's opinions on the talking point, I suspect you want to speak a lot on the Peter Obi space, but Ganduje also up for discussion. He been muted as a possible vice for Tinubu, and the Southeasterners now on bended knees begging for VP from Atiku. All of that, Pansat.
Thank you, one man, and everybody on the panel. Boy, it wasn't easy sitting here and listening to everybody. But I must quickly commend Ifeanyi Aniebona. Wow. Very proud of you, buddy. That I'm beginning to notice the differences. You know, the Igbo, there's a gradient. We have the pure Igbo, obviously, who are back home. I grew up in the village in the southeast. And you have Igbos of all kinds. You know, we have what I consider myself to be the real Igbo guys back home. And then you have your Yoruba Igbos, you have your Abuja Igbos, you have Igbos in diaspora like me now. And there seems to be, you know, a little hodgepodge mixture here and there. But the true Igbo spirit, as that guy, Ifeanyi Aniebona, spoke the truth like a youth, one of the youths who are going for the truth, and I appreciate that. Now, earlier, the first guy that spoke, I'm challenging him to a one-on-one debate. I think one man mentioned he's a lawyer, he's an attorney. I want to debate that guy one-on-one. Any day, he and I could sponsor it. Okay, because I see a guy who's got the data. Now, remember, when he first came in, we were talking about P2B flying, economy, is it pretentious or whatever. Did you know this guy flew with P2B? So he's supposed to be a character witness.
He wasn't speaking to that. He was speaking to wider points. So he considered Peter. That means you didn't listen to him in detail. You have to stop listening with. Hold on. You have to stop listening with prejudice.
No, I'm not doing that. You didn't let me land. I'm saying at the point you first read that in the opening thing, but we were talking about that. Somebody saying you don't know if he's pretending. Then he reluctantly gave that testimony.
It
Please,
is not
please.
reluctantly.
Okay,
So
can
sorry.
you just hear
are
me
you,
out?
Are you? No. Hold on, man. I've invited you already. That let people own their commentaries and you own yours. So
that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, but don't start. You are going from Ifeanyi to this guy, and then I'm sure you are off to Ajan
I gave
next.
I gave Ifeanyi.
Yeah,
you don't want me to give him kudos?
Leave them to their opinions and share
you don't want
yours
me to give
with
him
us.
kudos?
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Pansat. Let me go on from Pansat to
All right, bye-bye, everybody. Thank you very much. I really wanted to deal.
No, it's enough of that. This is what he does. Ola, to you. Ola, are you there?
Okay, I can hear you. Which topic do you want me to speak to?
Start off with the we've gone on to the Ganduje space. So Ganduje now being muted as a possible vice VP for Tinubu, and the Southeast now at just politicking for the VP seat for Atiku, and then of course Peter will be pretentious or not.
Yeah, for me, there are so many things about Peter Obi that I think we really need to verify. Because, for example, now I don't know if people will buy it, and I don't know how truthful it is. For example, when someone is saying my 2 graduate children do not have car, how believable is that? I don't know personally. Are they jobless? Are they not working? Now, if they do not have car, where do they live? Yeah, if they live in United Kingdom, yeah, I will understand that maybe they don't need a car if you live in London when the metro system works perfectly. But if they live in America, or they live in, let's say, in Canada where I am, and they say they don't have a car, they don't have car, for example, I will ask how are they coping? Because, for example, here now we can't cope without a car. And car is not what that is expensive. It depends on whether you want to go beyond your boundary. You can get a car for as cheap as $1,000, $1,500. So now coming to me that they don't have a car is a thing that I would be curious to know as to why. Because these were the kind of story they were telling us about Buhari. It's not corrupt. He doesn't attend the security meeting with them. He doesn't attend the security this thing. He doesn't collect a security vote. The children, all the children in school in Nigeria, we found out that all those things were lies from the pit of hell. That this guy all along were just enjoying the legally, the legal corruption they create. They've created for the system. So to me, is children not having a car where it's not a big issue, it's not a selling point for me. But the fact that he was prudent as a state governor, okay, you manage that, okay, I could see reasons from there if he can really support all those things. Good, those are okay. We can take his personal life, private life out of it. So like so many things is doing, when you overdo things sometimes, it makes it look that, this guy is just pretending, and we cannot afford that now. All we want now, all what he should focus on is his program, step by step, how he's going. Okay, maybe are even afraid of plagiarism, but it can still give us some level of believability that will make us believe his program rather than trying to to add too much sauce to it and to create some kind of funny thing, So to me, where we won't know if it's totally pretending or what he can do, but in fairness to him as a governor, I would say it was decent. At least it was ahead of his peers, the way he managed at least money, the way he managed money. Yeah, it might not have invested the way we wanted, but in comparison to others that did not even invest and carry the whole of the state treasury, kudos. Obi has that. He didn't do that. He didn't carry state treasury. We can give that one to him. But then, on his whether he wants to do this, even if you don't want to spend your money, let those people in diaspora that are ready to back you up with money, let them do that. You can't keep saying you don't want to spend. See, government in the Western countries, they have their way of own corruption. They have their own way of spending towards election. That is when you will not say, okay, carbon tax. You will not say, okay, we are giving you the tax, this kind of thing. Yeah, you will see all those things as government something that they say. All those are just means of buying vote without necessarily giving money like cash. So if you have some kind of diaspora people that want to support you to give borehole to your community or to help you pay school or to quickly rebuild the dilapidated school, please do this and start telling us that you don't want to spend money. If people are ready to contribute, go and do that. The only thing is that don't go and buy a bag of rice and give to people. So if you are really serious, there's a way you can buy vote without without going crude way like Tinubu and Atiku will go. So that's when I will see that this guy is serious, that is not just seeking attention, that is not just trying to be pretentious. But don't tell me that you don't want to spend, you don't want to do this thing. Then how will they know you? You go to Ekiti, for example, and put done by Obi, and let people be fetching water every day and say, oh, now Obi put this thing there. Go and do that. That one is not. It doesn't mean you are giving money to people, but you are giving some kind of social infrastructure. Go there and build the dilapidated school, like I said. People will have, okay, done by Obi, and let people know this. You are not using your money, but people are supporting you. Then I would think you are serious. But when you are avoiding the community of voters and you are doing some other things, no. I start querying you. I start to know what exactly is this guy up to. That is where my suspicion is. Then on Ganduje, where I don't, unfortunately, like I keep saying, during our election period, since we cannot really influence the primary, at the end of the day, this guy they will come with either the lesser evil or whatever, and then we find ourselves in a situation that we cannot do anything. We find that so if they bring Ganduje today, for example, people will be powerless to do anything. And like I said, the only hope that is supposed to be taught first now is Obi. But if you are criticizing Obi now that he should do better, he should do something now, obedience will tell us that, oh, you are being you are criticizing this thing, you are acting by. No. That's not what we are doing. Everybody will be happy today if Obi can get power from this guy. At least we are saying the wrong signal. We are saying the right signal to these people that it never again we are going to allow these people. And politicians, when politicians are threatened by the people vote, I tell you, they sit tight and try, even if they don't want to do the right thing, they try and pretend that they want to do the right thing. But when you are giving advices, and people are saying, shut up, you are this thing, you understand? People that are criticizing Obi now, they love him more than those people that say, hey, please go ahead, we are going to win, you are going to win. Win based on top of waiting now. When people don't even know you, maybe in a call, for example, people like in Novo now, they want you to come to them and say, oh, when I become the president, I'm going to make sure that nobody will come and attack you on Sunday. You get a vote like that. So you should look at how you are going to resolve that problem. People should be asking, oh, okay, Obi, I know that Ekiti, for example, they are occupied by Fulani. So what's your plan on? What's your plan on state police or local government, this thing? People want to hear that, how you are going to resolve their problem. Those are the things. Rather than say, oh, I'm going to this. No. I don't believe that. So to me, it is difficult for me to say it's pretentious, but all his actions are saying that this guy is not that serious. That's the way I see that. Don't come and tell me my children don't have waiting concern me. That your status, even it make me to be suspicious that by the time at your status, a multi-billionaire, you are telling me that your children do business, are they not working? What's the problem? So all those things are mundane things that I don't want to listen to. So I'm not a kid. So even if your children are not driving cars, you may be doing that for political calculation, just for you to deceive people, to say, okay, this is how I'm going to spend, whereas you mean different thing within you. Abba, waiting be kind now. It's a necessity. Right. It's like a commodity. It's like a commodity. It's not a cash should not be something like privilege thing, all those stuff. So to me, He should do better. But on Ganduje, honestly, I'm trying to see how we can say we get a better candidate. But if Ganduje these people shoes, honestly, in my own opinion, we don't have an option, because, like I keep saying, the like of Tinubu, they will go to MC Oluomo, come. We want your people to come those days. And MC Oluomo can say, if you don't want to fire you, this is the person we are voting for that day. And we make sure that we monitor them and go to that place. If we do the same thing to Yao too. You understand? So whether Ganduje or whatever, honestly, like you and now, if you call Tinubu a Muslim, a person like me, am I seeing Tinubu as a Muslim? No, Tinubu is not a Muslim to me.
All right. Thank you, Ola. Thank you, Ola. Let's go on from Ola to Theobala, who impressively has waited his turn. But I suspect he may not be there, because anytime you are talking about Peter Obi, he cannot hold him. Look at that, he is there. Theobala, what happened today? You were not jumping in and correcting everybody that Peter Obi is.
Wama, thank you so much. Before I continue my space, I really want to listen to everybody.
Right.
It is so fortunate that we are stressing one matter by a particular candidate. And you asked somebody question here just now. What do you see about Ganduje? He just leave Ganduje. He start talking about Peter Obi. As in, it's something else. I was expecting him to bring the pros and cons of Ganduje, bring the pros and cons of
who is that person? Who is that person?
Hold on now. I'm not talking to anybody, please. You know, we're not doing that.
You said someone. Mention the name now.
Please, let me say something, please. All they are saying, he just had Tinubu is going to win. Atibu is going to win. But what impressed me today by a video I watched is a small skit done by some Yoruba youths anyway, on how people were killed at Lekki Toll Gate, on how people were Fulani are killing people, about police brutality. After watching that video, I know that we still have reasonable youth in Nigeria. One man, can we continue?
Yeah, so then let me take you then. Having said all that, I'm taking you to the Ganduje space, but I know, of course, you'll run quickly to Peter Obi, but so Ganduje then, okay, you can start with the easy, low-hanging fruit and say, oh, dollar, pocket dollar. So if you want to do that, you can. But if you want to be a bit more reflective on him as a person, how do you see him? What do you make of the possibility of him possibly being the vice president? And what do you think he might bring to Tinubu's campaign? So however you choose to approach that, Theobala.
The truth of the matter is that having Ganduje as Tinubu running mate, yes, would be a better option for him, considering the chunk of votes he wants to gather. But the fear there is that there are so many factors that will work against him. Because being the vice is not even the issue now, because there is another northern running. And we don't know the fate of Kwankwaso. If Kwankwaso stay on the ballot, definitely Ganduje might not even get the population they are even clamoring for. So that is for that. And picking Ganduje as his running mate, another factor that will work against Tinubu is that Muslim tickets. Like I said here before, there are some big churches in Lagos there, owned by Yorubas. Are you already talking against this Muslim ticket and other church across the south and other east or wherever, all the regions? So that is a big another factor. You know, the Christians have been dealt with in the nation. Look at what happened to that guy in Sokoto. Look at Bishop Kuka. Look at what happened in Owo. So you see the way the Fulanis are tripping into the south. When you talk, there will no response. We felt that Osinbajo was there to be our voice. He was not saying anything. I don't know what really happened, what is going on. So automatically bringing in Ganduje now as a Muslim ticket, it will be a very big blow, as in destruction to Christians. Even some of my Muslims who are in Benin or in Edo State, they don't even buy that idea. Even some Muslims in the north. That is another factor. The other factor is the Gandola issue, which you've already mentioned. We cannot have two corrupt men want to lead the nation. It will be very, very unfair, and it will be very detrimental to Nigeria as a nation. Like Tinubu, we know that he owns one of the discos in Lagos. Automatically, he will not even talk about power. I believe that he will not do that. All we are just saying here in essence is that Tinubu, because it's from my side, he will protect us. We are not concerned about how Nigeria is going to move forward. But we are in developed world, enjoying the benefit of what they have done over the years. You wake up in the morning, you on lights, good lights, internet, everything is there with you. But people that are doing that, they are not from your side. So the point is that we have to speak truth to power by bringing all these people to table. What can they really offer to us? Fine, like I said before, if a Tinubu, for instance, we are contesting in maybe 6 or 7 or 8 years ago, or even 10 years ago, I bet you Tinubu would have been the best president Nigeria would have ever produced. But today, Tinubu does not have that capacity anymore.
Is that because your man is in play?
Who is my man?
What do you mean? Who is your? We all know who your man is. Who is your man?
Okay, fine. I don't really know. It's not because of the fact that if you say my man,
brother, speaking now, speaking.
Hold on.
We all know who your man is now. You are saying who is your man? We all know who your man is.
When you say man, as in Peter P, just not just one person man. It's everybody's man.
My man now, show who be your own man.
He's on this. He's on the air.
It's all right. Carry on. We all know who your man is. All right. All right. We all know who your man is.
Peter B is everywhere. It's not just my man. It's Nigeria's mind.
Is a man of the people. A man of the people.
Thank you. You have used the right word. Man of the people.
Carry on.
So that is for that. So Ganduje coupled with Ahmed Tinubu, they are old cargo. They will not give the best to Nigeria. That's just simple truth. With what we are seeing today, people, I don't know, I never wanted to go into the space. Okay, am I free to go into the other space? Or
speak freely, so long as you don't use offensive words. That's the only rule.
No, definitely, I will not use any offensive
words. But a woman, good evening, sir. Can I interject in a little bit?
No, please.
Okay,
man.
okay.
Yeah, no.
Like
let him run through.
Like I said before.
Sorry, Tony.
Tinubu will not make a good president at this age. Going back to the issue of person, Peter Obi traveling to what's it called? Egypt to go and understudy their power, another issue over there. I think is a welcoming idea. Only Egypt alone have almost about 700 policemen guiding only 100 million people or so. Nigeria only have 200 and something or so. I can't remember. Just within that range. 200,000. I can't know within that. But the Egypt policemen is far more than Nigeria compared to our own population. Compared to the situation we are facing in Nigeria, those people like now they have almost about 50-something thousand megawatts. Nigeria is only having 4,000 megawatts. Egypt educational system is far better than Nigeria educational system.
Yeah, we know why he has gone to do the comparative analysis, so you don't have to talk us through all of it.
No, I have to talk through because there are some people on the people listening. One man you might know, other people might not know.
Yeah, it's just really the time. If you go through the whole of everything, then how long we will be here for?
I'm not going through everything. I'm only trying to summarize it.
All right, go on.
Such a country is worthy of emulation. Because we feel like somebody mentioned that we have everything here. So like the way Nigeria educational system is being run is not done. I keep on mentioning it. Like in Nigeria educational system now, for instance, there is no synergy between what is happening in the real world and what we have been taught in the classroom. So we have to just oppose what is happening in the two space and being able to know what is going to teach our students. So doing that is not a bad idea at all. Expecting a Peter Obi to go and stand in Ekiti, knowing fully where the Labour Party in Ekiti state have already collapsed their structure to APC. I see no reason why he should go and there and start voicing nothing. If he loses, then the people will come here and start shouting that he lost election. That is a litmus test.
So I see no reason. Tiobala.
Yeah.
Continue.
Okay, I thought you wanted to ask question.
See, did you realize the significance of that statement you just made now? you want to become the president of Nigeria, and the Ekiti man is here. I'm even telling you that I'm grieved that this guy ignored me. Do you know how I see this thing? I see Obi technically ignore me that Ekiti is not important.
You know
that is
why
the way I feel.
You know why you
and
feel?
You are defending him. Look, what I'm saying is that you still need people to become this president before you start looking at what is happening in Egypt. You can always get consultants to do this thing for you. It's an excuse.
No. When you talk about consultant doing it for you, it is left for you, who is the head, to know what you want, to be able to consult people to come and do it for you. If you don't know what to do, definitely you will not know the right people to call to.
There is a time for everything. This is the time for consultation that he has missed. That is what you need to understand. Tinubu, when he won his primaries, since that very day, he has not even relaxed for a single day. I said something yesterday, where money stops, right? Connection and influence starts. This is the moment for Obi. He's messing up again. You guys, if you have his number, you are closer to him. Tell him, put your foot on the ground.
Can I have my turn? Because when you were talking, I did not interject you, please.
So I'm sorry about that. I'm just trying to let you understand.
Please. Let me make my point. Peter Obi going to anywhere he wants to go, he's doing it for the benefit of the nation. Nigeria, as we speak right now, have issue with power. Whatever thing you are doing right now, you cannot even.
Sorry, how can you say he's doing it for the benefit? It's not the president, so how is a private individual?
Fine, because we're talking about consultation right now. Right. People are consulting because they want to win election.
Right.
Not for the benefit of the nation, because of their self-aggrandizement or self-interest.
No, they will argue. No, hold on. You can't say that now. They will argue. No, you can't say that. Because they will argue that their ambition is for the benefit of the nation. Peter Obi will say that his ambition is for the benefit of the nation.
Whether you like it or not, the problem we are facing in Nigeria today is life. That is one of the major problems we are facing.
Right.
So if any of the politicians have not been able to solve that problem, meaning they don't have the interest of Nigeria at heart. So definitely
What do you mean if we've had Obasanjo Yar'Adua, we have Goodluck Jonathan, and we have Buhari. They've all attempted at it.
They attempted
and by the way, the people who built the system in Egypt, they are already working in Nigeria, Siemens.
Those people working in Nigeria, you forget to put Nigeria politician factor into this matter.
Right.
In Nigeria, they will award contract of 10 million naira.
No, we all know all that. But
don't keep on telling me you know all that. Let me make a statement.
We know.
You said they're already in Nigeria. Let me talk now.
Don't lower the conversation to a pedestrian level.
No. See, let me make a point. People are listening.
We know. Who doesn't know that contracts involve bribery in Nigeria? They all know that. But
okay, what I am saying to that,
forget that. Reference what I'm saying to you instead. What I am saying to you is that what Peter Obi purports to be going to Egypt to understudy is something that is already situated within the Nigerian space. Abba Kyari brought that to Nigeria. In fact, the trip that killed him,
where is Abba Kyari now?
He is dead. But when he went to Germany and was coming back and caught COVID, it was actually at the advanced stages of conversations with Siemens, who built the electrical system in Egypt.
I think you have explained everything within yourself. Like what I was trying to bring before you said is that in Nigeria they were at award contract of 10,000 naira, for instance, or 10 million naira.
Right.
Before you know, they will increase it to 50 million naira.
Right.
So it's left for you that want to develop that power to know how it's being done, what resources they spend, convert it to your own naira. Then, if at all you are awarding it at the end of the day, you should be able to know the range of this you are going to do. We are here when the Peter.
What happens to the contractual obligation already in place?
See, we have so many things happening in Nigeria space right now with the issue of corruption. When you are fighting corruption, you don't just fight corruption with mere knowledge. You have to have a detailed knowledge of what you are fighting. If you say you want to construct rail for 100 million or whatever, I just go to let it be like that without investigating the source.
Hold on, Ola, please. You know that Nigeria is currently undergoing a lawsuit in the United Kingdom at the moment, which is going to cost the country $1.7 billion. This was a contract that they was signed under that Malibu oil scam under the Goodluck Jonathan administration. A lot of people know that it's a scam, but the I think American company that was contractually involved in that space, they are not interested if it is a scam or not. They want their money. Nigeria is contractually already invested with Siemens. So what is Peter Obi going to do? Is he going to cancel out the contract that Buhari has already instituted and pay the penalty for that to then bring another contract which he has to pass through parliament, a parliament that he doesn't even have a person in? Come on, man. Come on, man.
One man, Peter Obi never told you that he's going there to go and negotiate contracts.
So what are you talking about?
Let me make my point, please. This man is going there. Whoever want to be a president should be able to have a conceptual knowledge of the country you want to go and rule, have some basic knowledge about it. This man is going there to study all these things and how it's going to be done. And whoever that is handling that contract is not the issue right now. What about a situation whereby that contract, maybe they are awarding for 100 million, for instance, whatever be the amount of money they are awarding it for. Then at the end of the day, it still not be completed. So it's better you have a prior knowledge of what is happening in Nigeria or happening with the power sector, or the case may be. So I see no reason. People are just chasing shadow, telling the world, you should have gone to Egypt, you should have done that, you should have done that. Meanwhile, the major problem we are facing in Nigeria is light. And people are in London, UK, in US, everywhere, enjoying light.
All right. Is that where you're going? You want to Kumbaya? Is it Kumbaya? Is that your answer to everything? Kumbaya?
It's not about Kumbaya, one man.
Yeah,
Kumbaya. It's not about Kumbaya. See, let me tell you the truth of the matter is that I spend most of my time in Nigeria.
Right.
You know, when I came to the US, when I wake up here, I can on light off anytime I want.
Right. That's
So,
yes. So
the point is
what
that
are you talking about, man?
You will not understand because you don't want to buy into my idea.
No. It's because it doesn't cohere. Why would it cohere? Because I'm not talking please don't try. I told you not to tribalize conversations here.
No.
And if you do that, then
I did not even see. I've never even mentioned name.
Yeah, we know where you're going, but you'll be interrogated. You'll be interrogated. So you want to speak to populism.
Continue.
Yeah, you want to speak to populism. And you can speak to populism, but if you try to speak to populism, then you get short, you get pulled up short. You get pulled up short. Listen, we have light in America, we have like, you can do that now. You can do that. Tinubu peace himself, you can all do that. But we're trying to elevate conversations to a more nuanced sort of space. You're saying he went to Egypt to understudy electricity. The people who doubled electricity in Egypt in 4 years is the German company Siemens. That company already situated within the Nigerian space. So does it mean he shouldn't still go and understudy it? Yes, he should. But really, what will he learn from that trip? It's the question. Yeah.
Let it come back. When he come back, maybe by then we should be able to understand what he has gone there to do. Maybe one or two things he discover. Maybe in addition to that, we have education. We have issue of security. Then let it come, because definitely this man, what you should understand about this issue is that this man will face panel, maybe political debate, or he will face you and I. Whenever maybe we can invite him here. One of the questions we are going to ask is that how are you going to fix Nigeria power problem? So he might be able to see something you want to bring to the table. Please, we should not go and start chasing shadow because of one or two things. This man has the right.
It's funny you should say chasing shadows, because that is what they are accusing Peter Obi of.
As it stands right now, Peter Obi has a better chance more than Ahmed Tinubu. Has a better chance more than Atiku.
Oh God, you. Oh God.
You may not agree. I don't even want you to agree.
No, of doing what now? Of doing what?
Huh?
Of doing what? A better chance. Right. Okay. Well, those are your thoughts, of course, which you're entitled to. Yes.
One question, please.
Reason be that.
Just one question.
Hold on, please. You can keep it to your own time. Reason being that Tinubu, with your own Muslim ticket, might work against him. We don't know. Tinubu head might work against him. We don't know. So Atiku, as we all know, the base of PDP.
How do you imagine Peter Obi winning this election?
I'm narrating it to you now. Maybe you are not listening.
Hey, go on.
I told you, Tinubu head is not in a good shape right now.
Right.
Even the people in Yoruba land are not even happy with him going for this presidency. Do you know where the APC
is that what?
Although, can I air my opinion?
No. Are you a Yoruba
can
man?
I air my opinion? Let me air my opinion. I know say people are here.
I didn't say not to kumbaya. I don't kumbaya.
bro, this is the wild goose chase, bro. Wild goose chase. That's what you are doing.
Hold on, please, enigmatic. He didn't interrupt you. But don't kumbaya now. You are just taking us down some funny spaces.
I'm speaking the chance of Peter Obi winning the election, because when you ask people questions just now, say what is the success, what is the chance, they will mention 2,000, 2 million, and all that. You'll be happy and all that. Me, I'm not telling you that Peter Obi we win this election or man win this election with a landslide. I'm not giving you the statistics or the scenario that might lead to that. And you're saying it's Kubaya or whatever.
It's Kumbaya.
Let me go again. Maybe you're not listening.
Go on.
The problem now with Tinubu winning this election is that Muslim ticket will definitely work against him. Take it or leave it.
All right.
Secondly, Nigerian youth are more aware now, irrespective of your tribe, that an old man, say Kaka, cannot rule Nigeria, cannot hold a party flag, cannot rule Nigeria at this present time with the critical situation we find ourselves. So with that, it will be a very difficult call for him. And coupled with the fact that if he eventually pick Gandola, it's a big issue. Okay, let's go back to PDP. Where is the base of PDP? Is many in the east and the south and all these things. What about if the youth not team up and say, okay, your base now, which is the south? If the Igbo decide to vote along with maybe Peter Obi line, people, the youth decide to remember what the answer is all about, vote along this thing. And Kwankwan saw the other hand, might divide the northern voice, they eventually pay or whatever. So the point is that we should be rational in our thinking.
Rational? Did you say rational? After what you just said for 5 minutes, yeah. Are you right? Is that what have you said? We should be rational. What are you? Come on, my friend.
No,
don't make it easy for me. Don't make it easy for me to say things like this now. We should be rational in our thinking. After what you just said for 10 minutes.
What did I say? That because he announced that
Tinubu has is shaking, and then the use of credit, and then it's China something, and then
I said Tinubu will not win election. When
would I be okay? No. The next time you try to tribalize the conversation will be the last time you appear on this platform. I've invited you not to do that. I did not remove him. He left. And I'm going to remove you as well because
of course I'm leaving. Bye-bye.
I don't like. All right, thank you. So you can leave. So there it is. I apologize for that. Let's go to Ifeanyi. This is sorry, can everybody hold on? Enigmatic, this is how you started with that aggressive something that you said is going to be the undoing of Peter Obi, and that is it right there. But let's go to Ifeanyi. Ifeanyi, to you.
Yeah, well, I've really had a lot tonight, and I've learned from everyone. Well, for me, when it comes to Ganduje, I just think he's not a good fit for Tinubu. He's a corrupt man. This is someone that was recorded on camera, trying to give money to someone. Well, for me, I think Tinubu needs to do a good job if he wants to win this election, finding the right candidate. But as for Peter Obi, his own personal life is that. I mean, I don't want to judge him on his personal life. I just look at him based on what he has done and what he has, put out in Anambra State. Well, for me, I think he's a good person who can actually rule this country, but I don't think he can do it right now because of the state of things right now. Currently, I think if there's anything I can forgive Buhari for, it's just for one thing, which he has done. The Electoral Act that he newly signed, which also made INEC change the card reader. And they have a new card reader, and there's no more incident form. So all this thing about trying to bribe people in INEC to hold cards and PVC of people that have registered and not give them out to them, and now use those PVC to now rig election and thumbprint on incident form, and all those things has been abolished. So it's very difficult for people to rig election right now. Even if whether Atiku or Tinubu wants or anybody wants to rig, it will be very difficult. They tested it in Anambra State, where they had over 100 and something thousand invalid votes. So even though you bring violence in a particular place, they will cancel it and come back again and do the election. in that particular unit. If it gets too much, they'll cancel that venue. So that is just right now is a critical time. That's why they're informing a lot of people, and people are aware in Nigeria right now and going to get their PVC. So every man's vote will count. So what people are doing now, politicians are doing now in different parties, are trying to find a system where they can make and they can try to buy people's vote, in the sense give them price, give them stuff, try to convince them to vote for them, because if they vote for them, they'll do something, for them when they get into power. So that is the way that is the situation of things right now. And it's for me personally, I think we should really touch base with reality, because religion is actually affecting us in Nigeria now, and we need to solve that issue, because we are currently divided by religion based on this whole blasphemy killings and all that and all these things going on. So it's just the way things are going, things are happening in Nigeria currently. For me, Tinubu, I think he could have been the right man for the job, but I'm concerned about his health currently. So that would just be
Do you
bite the
think he
bullet.
can survive a 4-year tenure the way we are seeing him now? Do
Um,
you think he's, and not to wish him ill, but does
yeah,
it strike a, yeah?
it strike a concern for me, because Tinubu is the wealthy man. So if he has money and he hasn't sought out his health issue right now, it's a kind of concern. We don't want a situation where he gets there and loses his life, God
Because he
forbid.
looks even more unsteady than Buhari ever looked at his worst.
Yes, I agree with
Somebody
you.
that looks
Buhari,
like, he makes Buhari look like Anthony Joshua.
I'm telling you, that's a correct fact, because even before Buhari got into seat, he wasn't that sick. When Buhari got into power, a lot of things happened, which a lot of people might not know. But truly speaking, Buhari was just bullied to not do anything in this government. There are people in this government, I'm telling you, no matter who you are, if you're not strong-willed with all your principles and everything, these people will ensure you do not make a change, because they have made structures everywhere, in the fact that every system in Nigeria, they are reaping for it, even from the light situation. Majority of these people own the discos, man. So if people are talking about, let us decentralize the electricity in Nigeria and create a medium where every state generates their own electricity, that will cripple a lot of investment these people have made to be milking Nigeria and keeping themselves wealthy. So the system, we need someone who is strong-willed, who knows these old men, who know this whole cabal people that is holding Nigeria to ransom, and break them down. Because I'm really sorry to say this, man, we are in a big issue. All this one, Shere won't do nothing when he gets there, because this man will ensure that they tie him down and make sure that they squeeze out everything from him. And then, let me tell you the fact, Buhari was poisoned several times. Sorry to say.
No, no,
That is why.
sorry, Ifeanyi, yeah, I'm glad you said that, because
Yeah.
I think that there's that speculation that they did try to get at him so that Oshibajo will replace him. I think that is where the resentment. So don't say sorry to say, because I've heard rumors along those lines as well, that they tried to that they did poison him. So yes, that's a space that we've never really explored, but I've heard that rumor too.
Yeah. They did that, and that's why he was going for all this treatment. And when he realized that, oh, these people are fighting me, he just stayed. Look, Buhari doesn't even, it was someone that told him that, look, man, after he's on strike, people are not going to school. He was like, nobody told him about this. He doesn't even know, he's not aware. He even said that he can't even do anything about it, that the next government will settle it. So Buhari is just enjoying himself. He knows the problem. He can't come out and say it. It's at his own detriment. So the country is at a very serious issue right now. So even people that are
Sorry,
outside.
let me interrupt you a little bit. I do beg your pardon, because
No problem.
I wanted everybody to have free flow. But that space that you were speaking to, remember when Buhari first came in, his first speech was that I am for everybody and from nobody. You remember that was what he first said.
Yeah, I remember.
But then as the administration went on, and then shortly after that, he disappeared from the landscape and resurfaced in a hospital in London. And the way Oshibajo was straddling the presidential seat, as though he had the confidence that it was his to keep, So that narrative around people trying to get Buhari out of the way is a narrative that I've heard often. And when he came back, then that language of "I am for everybody and nobody" that was jettisoned, and then he
Yeah.
surrounded himself with his clansmen, where he felt the safest. So what you're
Exactly.
saying, I'm not far from you in what you're saying.
Even
Sorry,
even
carry on.
even Osibanjo too, when he first got into that power, when Buhari wasn't around, he was making some moves. But what the people he was removing and replacing were people that these men that are holding Nigeria wanted to be there. So they say no, no. They had to tame Osibanjo well so that he stays one place, and they actually made him not useful. That is just the thing. Abakari had a good motive, but somewhere, somehow, he was no longer in the scene. So, man, the truth about the matter is deeper than what people are seeing in the surface. It's just deeper than what people are seeing. For me, I'll tell you, this whole killing and this whole stuff, please, people should stop all this narrative of Fulani this, Fulani that. Truly speaking, I've been to the north due to my job. I've lived around northerners. I'm telling you the truth. An average northerner, yes, he might be biased about the easterners or southerners. It's because of the narrative that have been created and set to them to have. This thing is created by this political elite to make us divided, to be divided. So I personally don't believe that. I believe this is an agenda that is being orchestrated to make sure that Nigeria remain the way it is, and power remain the way it is, to keep us this way. The moment we all, whether Hausa or Fulani or Igbo, Yoruba, forget all our tribalism, nepotism, come together, have one voice, and fight against these people, that is when we can have our Nigeria back. Not all this we are debating about. Then that's the truth. I have to say, one man.
All right, and
I
the
really
Peter Obi
commend.
space, the Peter Obi space. Do you
Yeah,
want to comment on that?
yeah. For Peter B, like I said, he's just a
The
stingy
the
man.
the or the
He's just a
trip to
stingy man.
all
Yeah,
right.
for the trip to Egypt, for me,
Egypt and this economic class ticket.
yeah. So for me, yeah, it's an idea, but right now, is it the right thing to do? That's my own question. And also, too, looking at, yeah, he has the power to change the economy to an extent, no doubt about that, because of the work he has done, the roads he has built in Anambra, the investment he made with Anambra money, which even Soludo commended on him about, because he invested the money in a company outside the country. I forgot the name of that company. If I can remember, I'll let you know. And then the dividends, the return of investments, they're coming back to Anambra State. You understand? So I know he has the will to do that. He has the will to improve on the infrastructure and a lot of things. But, is it the right man to unite us? That is my own. Thank you very much.
Oh, all right, brilliant, well put. So that's Ifeanyi who joins us. This is your first time, is it, Ifeanyi?
No, I've been on your program before as Epic 9. I've just been away for a while.
All right, brilliant.
Yes,
Good to have you back. Always a delight to hear from you. So I want to play just a short video for the benefit of Baba Akure. So one of Baba Akure's best friends have found him online. So Baba Akure, here is your paddy man, reacquaint.
We come back to the economy. To the economic, what happened is we don't know what happened that this type of crisis beginning between the executive and the legislative of government, arms of government. In this budget you are saying, from today to tomorrow, we will investigate and we will know the reality. I myself, I will tell the House, leadership of the House, appropriation and the others that they should make sure do justice to the executives. What the executive brought, if there is some problem, let them take the details and the budget. Go and meet Baba in the villa. Ask him, Baba, see how we did it. Because Baba is the father of all. He will correct them. He will say, okay, show me like this, an example. So this is constituency project. I see some 40 billion added, where you get this 40 billion, my brothers? That is what Baba will ask. When you coming, one Baba look again.
It'll be funny, but that's a senior parliamentarian in Nigeria.
Unfortunately, he lost.
Like that.
Unfortunately, he lost his primaries, so he's not coming back.
You know the Babas I love. Eh? That guy is
actually,
one man, Milani.
Actually, to buttress enigmatic, I think we may sit down here and just talking, right? A lot of things are going on in Nigeria because I see a lot of senators losing their seats right now. Seriously, they're getting them out,
including the Senate president.
Baba, some of us are really here, right? But let's just say, for the sake of what being here, we can't really say much. But don't forget, some of us are politically connected and inclined, and even have interest in that. So we may not really say much. So that's why I laugh about some certain things that have been said over here. You just saw what happened just a couple of minutes ago. The guy that just had his turn. Look at his name. You know it's an Igbo boy, right? It's an Igbo guy.
It's from the South. Yeah.
It's from the But look at brilliance. Look at intelligence. Look at conversation. Very conversational. Very interactive. That is what we are talking about. Who likes the way Nigeria is? Nobody does.
Oh no, sorry. No, that one is not. Yeah, that's an Igbo guy. Sorry, I thought it was the one that has stormed off. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
No, I mean the Ifeanyi guy. Yeah, that is what we want on this platform. We are not creating this platform, for gutter-minded people, right? I want to assume, and I want to be tempted to believe that whoever is here has not made a mistake by choice or by omission to be here, because you listen to people and you can make an aggregate understanding of what they can bring to the table. But when you are coming over here, look, what is happening here is just like a tip of an iceberg compared to what is happening on Twitter. Go to Twitter. You go to Twitter. You want everybody to vote for Peter Obi, but you are not bringing any sense into convincing people to see the goodness in your guy, right? We understand the odds against Shuwore, my brother. We know what has not been said about Shuwore. Tell me, but we always come to the table that okay, you should speak about the strength of your candidate and where there are areas of weaknesses. Listen to that and see if there can be changes. These people, when you try to make changes, they say, "Oh, a Yoruba boy. Oh, Hausa boy. Oh, this boy." How do you want to be president without those people then? Just tell me, just a couple of months ago, it was Biafra and IPOB. All of a sudden, 360-degree, you want to be president, and you are still not trying to carry everybody along, being that president. Do you want to be president in the moon or in the surface? You need everybody. You need handshakes around it. Even Tinubu, as strategic as he is, as Atiku, as powerful as they are, look at, they are still scared. They are not even sure of what is happening, because there are changes every day. There are permutations every day. Is Wike going to be the one to bring the number? Is Ganduje going to be the one to bring the number? If it is Aneni, right, or an Omila, a thief, who will bring the number to either Atiku or Tinubu, APC or PDP at this moment? They don't care. They will go for them. That is the dynamics of politics. You check your balances every time. But when you are checking the balances for the Peter Obi that we are expecting, or the combination of Peter Obi, Shuwore, and Kwankwanso that we are expecting in the next 4 years, these folks do not want to listen to any dissenting opinion. A dissenting opinion to them, is a disapproval already. It shouldn't be like that, bro. It shouldn't.
All right, thank you. Was that you, the solo, who wanted to interject?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, please.
Go on.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. The guy that just finished talking now, I can't really see your name because I'm on my small phone.
Enigmatic.
Enigmatic, yeah. I really understand where you are coming from. The guy that was taking I think it's called Tiobala.
Tiobala, I didn't take him out, by
exactly.
the way. He left.
I also listened to him. I would not want you to see all the supporters of Peter Obi as like him. Of course, there are a whole lot of them who are like that. I mean, because I just left Twitter not long ago. Most of them are probably, I mean, they're out there doing a lot of stuff with emotion, not really ready to listen and also get advice on how this movement can be channeled in the right way. So, because I think when he was talking, you said something about Ekiti State and everything, because personally, I think this issue of Ekiti State was not really well managed. And the answer the guy gave was also everything. He was just throwing his emotion out there and everything. So what I'm trying to say first of all concerning that guy is that was why, because I was also writing, I was trying to come in to try and see if I can talk to him directly.
To be honest, sorry, Disolo. To be honest, I'm always sort of funny when I'm talking about somebody that is not here to defend themselves. So just maybe leave him and just make your own contribution, because he's not here to counter you back.
All right. Okay. So let's just leave that. I mean, I was just trying to talk to not to him directly, but also just to make it that it's not everybody that is like that. A lot of people are supporting Peter Obi, and it's not everybody that is supporting him that are out there, just like the way the other guy was. But let's just leave that area now. So to start with, first of all, I'm a very big fan of Peter Obi, not because I know much about him personally. It's just because it's a movement that I'm seeing as a kind of like, it might change the political landscape in Nigeria. First of all, I'm an Igbo guy and I stay in Germany, so I can't vote. But in my own area of contribution, I've told all my people in Nigeria, go and get your PVC and make sure you go and make a statement. So, and God willing, my people are doing the same thing. They have never voted before, especially most of my family. None of them have voted before. They're just been, because they will tell you my vote will not come. But this time around, they are all going out to get their PVC. Concerning this movement, I have a feeling that Peter Obi is not handling this movement the way I believe it should be handled. Concerning his private life, that one is his own thing. I can't verify. I don't know anything about it. I don't know whether his children has a car or not. That one is nothing I can't verify, so I can't really say much about that. But when this issue of going to Egypt and ignoring what is happening in Ekiti, I don't think it's a really smart move. And that is I would advise, if his people are listening, I'm also part of his people, I've been trying to defend him on Twitter, is if he comes back from whatever he has gone to do in Egypt, should try and see how he can do something concerning Ekiti. Whether they win or they do not win in Ekiti, that shouldn't be an issue, because if he becomes president tomorrow, he will need everybody to support him in his government. You need people from the Senate, and you need people from the House of Representatives. If you don't have them, they can easily kick him out. They can easily block anything that he wants to do. So those are the things that I expect him to know already.
Deselo, one man, please. Can I?
I beg your pardon, but
I want to ask you something.
I want Deselo to land, and then I want to hear from Patrick Nigerian, a patriotic Nigerian, and then I want to round off. I have something to do very early, so I want to shorten the session as much as possible.
You won't hear from me. You won't hear from me. World peace.
And then you world peace, of course. Yeah. So you see so many. Yeah. So the solo. Yeah.
Okay. So let me just make it snappy. So that's just what I have to say concerning Peter Obi. I hope and I expect him to handle this movement in a more mature way. And his people who are out there, they should try to listen to people. That's how you learn, and you can also gain advice from other people and listen to what their fears are. From there, you increase your movement. That's just what I have to say to that. So concerning Ganduje, because I've been listening to that too, Ganduje, personally, I don't see him as a force to really reckon with in Nigeria, because I don't think he has a good name apart from Kano and every other thing that he has done concerning the dollar and everything else. I don't think it's going to do any good favor to Tinubu. And coupled with that too is the fact that Nigeria is going through different kind of ethnic, religious problem, and this thing has increased for the power. I mean, it has really increased now recently. So I don't think it will be of a positive help to Tinubu. If Tinubu has to get somebody that is also a Muslim, he should look for somebody that has a more heavyweight and can easily be accepted to people than Ganduje, because for me, Ganduje really has nothing to offer Nigeria.
All right, brilliant, well put. So apologies, world peace. How can I possibly? But there you are. So world peace to you. You've listened to the conversations, so you know where the talking points are. So let's hear your opinion. World peace.
Yeah, one man. Thank you so much. First of all, I quickly want to speak about my brother Tio Bala. One man, sorry, I will have to apologize for the way he spoke to you. It's your show, and this platform is from everybody. Tio Bala is entitled to his opinion. Of course, I don't have anything against him about that. But talking about Peter Obi pushing that narrative is his opinion too. But making it personal, telling to your face that you're a tribal man, we the Benins, we the Edos, we are known for respect our elders, and we respect opportunity given to us. That's called Upwoman saying Benin. And when Passad insulted me, a lot of people came on the platform, even President Akashi came to apologize to me personally, which I respect so much. So please, I want to make a return on his behalf of Tio Bala and the Benin people. I'm sorry, one man.
No, you are going too far. You don't have to go that far. But
I know, but he's
only young, so I mean, we were all a bit funny, but that's fine. But
I know he's entitled to his opinion. And that's that for him. Please, next time, since you know him, let him speak the way you want to speak, and just let him speak his opinion. Please, I enjoy his opinion too. Whereas that he's just being too emotional about it, but it's okay. Anyway, about that of Peter Obi, I spoke about this. A lot of people don't like me on the comment section when it comes to Peter Obi. They feel I'm tribal and biased, but I speak to what I see. Not like I hate Peter Obi, but I said this before. I think 2 days ago, or yesterday or 2 days ago. Like, he's going to Egypt, where Ekiti is coming up. What is the plan they have for Ekiti? Nobody could answer me. And I remember once somebody said Ekiti is not that important. Ekiti is very important. And I said, if he can win Ekiti, I know he will be the next president. Or if he can even get councillor or chairman in some ward in Ekiti, I know it's up for the fight. But for me to hear, I first heard the news yesterday, but it was from the APC groups. I didn't take it serious. Like that Labour has collapsed the structure for APC in Ekiti. I said, wow. But I couldn't verify it. I checked all the news media. I couldn't verify it. But I just heard now somebody on this platform say it again now, that Labour Party has collapsed their structure for APC in Ekiti. Now, what would Peter be wrong with if he become a president? If he become a president with no senator, no rep, no governors? So what will he run with? How will he run the country? The movement people are talking about now is looking more and more emotional ideology than a fiscal ideology that to take us out of our problem. And I said this again 3 days ago, that 3 months from now, a lot of people will pull out for this movement, because the way people insult people, if you don't buy into their narrative, they'll insult you. They want to force it on you. People will get tired of it and pull out. Now people are coming to this ideology because it speaks to the way they feel. It look like the way they feel. It buy into their narrative. That's why people are joining selflessly. You just join by yourself. But when they get into there, and some people make it to look like it's tribal, make it like it's a one region part thing, or forces on you, you see people start moving away. 3 months from now, that movement will reduce. Maybe it will still continue, but the key people inside that would have made impact will pull out from me. Because I cannot be in one movement that they'll be insulting me, or I'll be in one movement that will make me feel I'm not important. It will not be possible. First time they asked me a question here about Shobore, I said one thing. I cannot support somebody that is insulting my father. It's not possible. And I think Shobore is changing from that part. What people are doing, please, people should change the way you handle these issues. Try to accommodate others. Though this time around is to scrutinize every candidate. They will scrutinize your candidate and don't be angry. Come to counter that narrative with your own information, with your own narrative, not insult. Ego bingo, you are this. It does not make sense. That's not a good politics. So that I said that Peter Obi, I don't see him winning. The way I'm saying it, I don't see him winning. He might pull a force to change the narrative to give us hope that there's still hope, but he's not winning. That's how I see that Peter Obi. Then that of Ganduje, I don't see Ganduje helping Tinubu election.
All right, we seem to have lost you somewhat.
Because one conflict, that is Shakarau and Kwankwaso, right? I think Shakarau and Kwankwaso. That Kwankwaso is the real name, right? I pronounce it well, right?
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
So they already put out and formed a party, and those are the people that really hold the crowd in Kano. Ganduje's second coming was single-handedly handed to him by Shakarau. The first one was Kwankwaso, and the two of them already left. So I don't see any votes that Ganduje want to give to Tinubu there. But I know Kano have the majority, have a lot of votes, but it's not controlled by Ganduje. And Ganduje comes with a bag and baggages of dollar, how they call it. He has his own corrupt side that will affect Tinubu. We cannot just see Tinubu with every bad thing. The corruption that's come with Tinubu, then his vice will come with the corruption. You're supposed to have somebody that will step that space down a little bit. If you take Shetima, people will at least look at Shetima. Just like I'm hearing that Atiku wants to take Wiki. I'm not sure, but taking Ganduje will not help his bid. I don't think it will help. That's how I see that Ganduje matter. It will be very difficult.
All right, thank you, Walpi. So that was well worth hearing. So we go on next to patriotic Nigerian, but patriotic Nigeria is a short little window. So just give us a feel of your thoughts, and then we start to round off. Patriotic Nigerian.
All right, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Okay, great. Just before I make my comments, let me just quickly say a little bit about my bona fides. I'm a Peter Obi supporter, so I just want to be upfront about that. And interestingly, I'm also from Benin, as the last speaker, and the other person whose comments kind of caused some sort of conversations. To start with, I'll just get to the points that have been made. On first, Peter Obi's going to Egypt to do whatever study to know about their system. To start with, when I heard it, I felt like it was a bit too much of posturing. I felt like there was really no need to go that way. The problems of Nigeria are quite known, especially in those sectors. It is good to study other systems. Japan did it some time ago to come learn in the United States, and a lot of economists, China did it too. But it shouldn't. I just felt like the posturing about it wasn't too right. But then I also have to concede this. Politics is about posturing. In politics, there is a need for propaganda in some ways. Like if you read a lot of books about economies that developed, propaganda is always a part, whether it's even in the current United States government. So there is the dimension of politics that has to do with dealing with and tickling people's emotions. So in that sense, I believe whoever handles is public affairs, is publicity, might have thought that, okay, this is something that our crowd wants to hear. So I would concede that a little bit to him. But my initial response was, well, this looks a little bit like a political posturing, and there was really no need for it. Then on the issue of not going to Ekiti, again, it still comes to the issue of posturing. Do you want to be postured as a loser, in a very crucial election in Ekiti. You know, like it's just the way that it should have been if he had, contested under the PDP and lost in the primaries. That would have reduced his political mileage in a lot of ways. You know, the fact that his voice is still being central in the national discourse today is because he was able to, foresee this and, keep his name going by joining another political party. And also, I think we should also give him some grace when we look at some other political players in the current electoral process. Someone like Tinubu, I don't think he went to any southeastern state to get to canvass for delegates, and nobody said anything about that. And not just Tinubu, even with the article, this didn't go around as much as Peter Obi went around. Yes, Ekiti is a very crucial election, and a lot of people might feel slighted that it did not come there. But we have to understand that this politics. Do you want to posture yourself as someone who cannot win a state election, and then you're thinking of a national election? And then I want to talk about the level of animation among Peter Obi supporters. I'm a youth, and the strength of the youth is also what puts a lot of people off about them. The fact that youth are very animated and they form the kind of the kernel of this political movement that Peter Obi represents. So I think it should be somewhat expected. Every youth-led movement is always going to have this extreme sort of components to it. Whether it was Bernie Sanders contesting the other time, whether it was Obama, we've seen family members actually fight over political issues. So while it's not the most desirable of realities, it's just something that comes with the territory. I would implore that Peter Obi supporters be respectful, but you can't control a crowd this much. Even in the Bible, when the Egyptians were going out of Egypt, there was a mixed multitude. So these people are always, it's just for us to kind of look at the bigger picture. I believe that this Peter Obi's movement, beyond Peter Gregory Obi, is actually a movement that, benefits Nigeria. We're trying, it's a statement kind of movement to show that, okay, Nigerians can actually, take control of their electoral destinies. And that has been the point in even leaving the PDP, in even saying I'm not going to bribe delegates. If we can get our electoral system right and our political system right, I believe that that's a gain to us at the end of the day. So if nothing is just going to be perfect, you're not going to just have very well-mannered people, in the political system. If at the end of the day, the big picture gain is that, okay, we are having a process where we as individuals in Nigeria, especially the youth, have a voice in the electoral process, that we've gone beyond, the fraud that goes to the electoral system, that lack of trust in the electoral system. At the end of the day, that's something. Yes, some people have said, oh, Peter Obi might not win. I don't want to make those kind of permutations. I believe that anything is possible. Yes, it might not look like it now, but anything is possible. I just don't want us to douse that enthusiasm on the side of Peter Obi's supporters by looking at it, and I also don't want us to tribalize it. And I believe that this is to the point that our host here has been making about not tribalizing issues. Because if you look at the man himself, he has not postured himself in any way that is tribalistic. Yes, you can say, oh, one or two of his supporters are doing that. We know there are candidates that are contesting now, and they address people within their constituency with their languages. You could imagine what it would look like if Peter Obi started speaking Igbo. Remember that Buhari did that, someone else is doing it now. So we have to sort of give them some grace. I'm a Benin man. I support Peter Obi, and in our family currently, we all support Peter Obi, and I know a lot of people who do that. So I don't think we should reduce the conversation to this an ethnic thing, a tribal thing. We should give that level of grace. And then lastly, on the issue of an animated political space, this all started in the past dispensation. We can't, just, wave that aside. The toxicity of Twitter in terms of the politicking of Nigeria today started with this current regime. And it's kind of really funny when I start hearing them say a lot of things about, Peter Obi's supporters are so toxic. You guys were more toxic. I mean, I'm not referring to anybody here. I mean, the people who are making that assertion. They were also very toxic. They made this about toxicity. It's our candidate or nothing. And I had friends who, I probably would have our friendship would have been strained if not that, okay, I just didn't commit, the past electoral process to heart. Like, we've seen this happen. Is it the right thing? No, but the seed was sown the last time, so we have to, also introspect when we make these accusations against Peter Obi's supporters. Thank you very much. I really appreciate what you're doing on this platform. You're muted.
So I was listening to you and flicking through my phone at the same time. And the same men can multitask. Yeah, but brilliant and well put. So very excellently presented. A lot you said I don't agree with, of course, but the presentation I do agree with. But do come back again when we have more time, because as you know, I like to tackle people, especially opinions that I consider psychedelic. But that's a new voice now that you can conjure with, patriotic Nigerian. So there he is. And I noticed that a lot of people from Edo, they support Peter Obi. So that's something you are not the first. Certainly not I think we have about 3 on this platform. But there it is. So
one man.
Sometimes
I know, no question. I'm talking to you.
Yeah,
you just joke. You always say, you're Yoruba. Sometimes your platform, we the Benin dominate this platform more than Yoruba people here. Or
the Igbos dominate it, actually.
No, the 10 on the platform, not on the speakers.
On the platform.
Like the platform.
Panel.
Sometimes, panel. Sometimes we like 6 because we don't use Benin names. We don't know we are all Benin. Sometimes I'll see like 5. We like 5 of us, and we are 10 on the panel. So what I'm telling you, not you're not the Asian people. We are the Asian people, eh? So now.
What do you mean Benin names? There are only 2 Benin names now. It's Osage or Egavon.
Are you not a Japanese? Are you not a Japanese? What are you saying?
It's Osage. Why is everybody called Osage in that place? Is it thing?
It's a common, just like Yoruba, like explain me. It's a common Osage, like God. Osage is just beginning. It start not the end. It's the beginning. You understand? OSA is a beginning, so you can add any other thing to it, like go to the road, go to this, go to this.
Yes.
But do you know why most Edo people are after Peter Obi? Do you know the science behind that?
What's the science?
Because naturally, any PDP voting or PDP dominated landscape will always go for Peter Obi because they vote for PDP.
Yeah, thank you. You are right. Benin votes for PDP. PDP wins Benin. For 21 years, PDP have been winning Benin, no doubt.
Yeah, but Peter Obi is Labour now, so sorry.
PDP line, but that PDP trajectory is still there. If you think about it.
All right. Or maybe they just agree with him. But gentlemen, I'm not sick to. You say I have an early start. You notice that we're shutting off a lot earlier than we usually do. I have an early start. That's why I'm having to shut down now. But a real delight in your company as always. So because of that early start, I need you guys to help me along by condensing the closing remarks. So just very, very short and brief and to the point. We kick it off with Baba Akure to land, of course, on Ajanle Koko. Baba Akure, are you still with us? Okay. Okay, I think Baba Akure has gone to bed. So thank you, Baba Akure, for your company. From Baba Akure, let's go to Ola. Ola, are you still with us? All right.
Yeah, Amir.
All right.
Thank you, everyone. I know everyone has spoken very well. Like my mono way of saying things that we still talk the same way. Nobody is against Obi. For Obi to be able to get something good that people can appreciate and be proud of, it needs to go down the grassroots and flex muscle with those people. Like I said, don't say, oh, you don't want to spend your money. Yeah, we have supporters that are ready to donate. Go to villages, go build schools, go support those people that need hospital bill. Oh, some people maybe they need operation. Go support them and put your name there that OP Foundation is doing this thing. Show face and let people know you. I bet you the person you pay is hospital bill, you pay for surgical operation or those things. We appreciate you more than someone that bring bag of rice to him. Do all those things. Use this thing. So government of countries do bribery, but how do they do? They do social infrastructure when it is time of election. So it's different from giving money. Oh, go and use this money to shop price. Obi should go and do that and start running away. That's all I have to say. Shoguretu can do that. So other than that, please let us just do thumb up and share this thing. And whenever we are speaking here, people should know that you focus on your idea. Don't let everything just aggravate you to the point, oh, I want to leave this. No, focus on delivering your message. That's the only thing I want to tell you. So don't say, oh, because you want people to roll red carpet. No, people will talk against you. People will do this thing. Don't just run away. Don't expect everybody to be clapping for you. You are not God. You are not supposed to be right always. That's all I want to say. Thank you, everyone. Hope to see you later.
All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So that's Ola. I think we caught him in the middle of a meal. I could hear sounds of eating. So go back to your meal, Ola. And sorry for interrupting you. So from Ola, we go on to Thomas. Thomas, are you still there?
I'm here, one man. Thank you for having me and having the gentleman we have on the panel. Thank you, everyone. I will just speak to our brothers. Anyone supporting Peter Obi, people will push hard. You too have to push hard back. But if care is not taken, Peter Obi is gonna end as show red. Because attacking, people will push you. You will push back. People will push you. We are not fighting. We are planning to have the same goal, having Nigeria. May God bless everyone. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you, woman. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. God bless you too. So from Thomas, we go to the solo. The solo, we're taking just a very short and brief and to the point closing remark. The solo.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for this opportunity. All I have to say is that I think this election is going to be a different election. And I'm a Peter Obi supporter. I just hope that his supporter will handle the situations and this movement very well. And I also hope Peter Obi wants to take a leadership role and try to see how they can fix things. I mean, if Peter Obi wins, I'll be happy. If he doesn't win, but I hope if he can really shake the Nigerian political system in a positive way.
All right. Thank you, the solo. So that's the solo. We are discovering real powerful voices now, and it's all off the back of that like button. So you see what the like button is bringing us. People like the solo, people like patriotic Nigerian, etc. So closing remarks, we are up next, a man with the dulcet tone, Meadowman.
Thank you, one man. One man, let me start by thanking you for the platform, the effort you make. I know it's not easy. Sometimes I even try to hang around. I know how difficult it is for me to hang around. Imagine a man sitting and hosting us the whole night, and we heads just keep provoking you. Well, the night has been productive and interesting. About Peter Obi, I still stand on what I said before. For me, as a supporter of Peter Obi, I think he's the best candidate for Nigeria. I think he is the best candidate. I mean, look at it. Look at Ganduje and Tinubu being elected. I believe the Tinubu has the best chance right now. I don't know what is going to happen from now to next 2 months. I do believe his chances are better, but I do believe that Obi is also growing by the day. Now imagine Tinubu and Ganduje being our president and vice president. How will the rest of the world? How will we present our leader to the rest of the world? They would expect us to do better after this present administration, because if you look, you will understand that Nigeria is now like what the U.S. was during Donald Trump. It was like the rest of the world was just waiting for these people to decide what they're going to do before they engage with them. The United Nations, the World Trade Organization, even the World Health Organization, everybody was just sort of ignoring. Let them decide, and then we can know what we'll do with these people. That is how Nigeria is now. So I just hope we get it right. But Obi, for me, has achieved what I most wanted. That is bringing my people back into the politics, getting them to go register to vote. If he wins, that is a plus. If he doesn't win, believe me, God be my witness, I wouldn't mind. Maybe if Tinubu gets elected, he becomes the best president Nigeria ever had. Maybe if Atiku gets elected. But getting my people back into the political system is the most important thing for me. I bet I prefer they carry their PVCs instead of pump action and AK-47. I prefer they go vent their anger in the voting booth. That is what I want. And when they have that PVC, their local politicians will respect them more. They will know that these people will punish them at the polls if they mess up. That for me is one victory already. The second one is to give PDP a beating. Give PDP a beating in the Southeast. And we have that force because we have the numbers and we have the spread. That alone for me, he has succeeded. If he wins, good for him and good for Nigeria. If he doesn't win, well, good for whoever wins. So I just love what is happening. Thank you, everyone, and have a pleasant evening.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Meadowman. Everything you said, I agree with. I too, I am heartened to see the Southeast coming into mainstream politics and in a big way with a bang. We knew this was the potential, and this is what is playing now. So this is what I won't say everybody, but certainly I wanted to see. Rather than the fulefu and shouting all over the place, this is it now, a real threat which will actually effect change, not to be ignored anymore or marginalized, because they're showing muscles now. So real muscles from the Southeast. Thank you, Meadowman. From Meadowman, let's go on to World Peace. World Peace, you know the routine.
Yeah, so Wama, thank you so much. My country people, we don't reach the end hour of the program. First of all, I thank Wama, thank Jack Lekoko, thank my brother, Patriotic Citizen, or thank Chiobala. Try come back, not use anger. Before talk to people you want to talk to. I thank people with this conversation. More than like and thumbs up, you know. And then again, make go get now PVC, vote who now want vote, so that who now want to go there at the end of the day. Me, I know who I want to vote. You know who you want to vote. Now the time to scrutinize our candidate might be this. So now, so I say I'm rich. I want to take off my young man here, my small man. I kind of here to give a mix. I don't know if he talk much, but I hope to see you now again for the morning session. Thanks and bye.
Bye. Make sure you burp him. You know that as soon as he finishes the milk, you can't just put him down. You have to burp him.
That's what I'm carrying on. That's what I'm doing, right? That's why I cannot talk too much.
All right, brilliant. Well, cool. So thank you, World Peace, who is on daddy duties.
Well done, Papa Pikin. Papa Pikin.
Thank you. Thank you.
I hope you have not named him Osage. Don't name him Osage.
Say you be Papa Pikin or Papa Bomboy.
So thanks, man. Thanks, everybody.
Well done. Thank you, World Peace. So from World Peace, we go to Enigmatic Handu. Just a short closing remark. Enigmatic.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being a part of this process. It's a process, and thank you for your quality representation and presentation. So I will be closing mine with this. Peter Obi, I will urge Peter Obi's supporters, they should try to eschew the politics of bitterness, tribalism, toxicity, and stop resorting to, slander and negative vibes and personality attack. They should focus on the issue-based strategies. Focus on Peter Obi, his strengths, and what he can bring to the table. Number two, the Southeast. The Southeast should seize this moment to make a very big banging statement to PDP. They should let PDP understand that the party that has been feeding them all this while, they've beaten the hands. They've beaten the hands of the Southeast that have been feeding them their votes since 1999, 23 years. And they've turned around against them, and they should show them they can actually make a statement to deal with them back. So on Atiku, it's not looking good for Atiku either way you look at it, because in the north he has Kwakwanso and the combination of Kwakwanso and then the other guy Shekarau to steal from his cushion a little bit. In the southeast he has Peter Obi to deal with, and southeast generally now, and their revolution against him. In the south he has the Igbo-speaking people, the Igbos in the South to deal with, and Labour Party generally. And then that is on the part of Atiku, because it's a revolution for PDP and against him generally. So on the larger point, it is a very good thing that Nigeria is witnessing, and we shouldn't spoil it. We are all, a lot of us here are very, very young. We are still very young. We still have hopes for Nigeria. We still have beliefs in Nigeria. Either you are Igbo, wherever you are from, Yoruba or wherever you are from. We want, Nigeria to progress, and we want success for Nigeria. So if Peter Obi is the shining light, do not dim the light before the light even starts shining. And then on Peter Obi's trip to Egypt.
Enigmatic, I need you to condense it a bit more.
Okay, trip to Egypt, I'm missing Ekiti. I mean, you cannot say you are buying an apartment or you are seeking for an apartment in the US when you've not even secured the visa. First of all, secure the visa. I believe that says it a lot. So I wish everybody luck.
All right. Thank you, Enigmatic. So thank you, Enigmatic. Always a delight. So that's Enigmatic, a voice that you are becoming increasingly used to on the platform. So that is Enigmatic, from the legal angle. So from the legal angle to the one of one, the mighty one, king of boys, Ajanle Koko, the final word.
Thank you, woman. I thank everybody that came on the platform this evening for your contribution. You have done it good again today. And I hope you will come back tomorrow so we can join one more to do it again. So, on the issue of Obi, well, he's playing his politics the way he liked to play it. But we as the people have responsibility to ask questions about whoever that is asking to be our leader. Because if we don't have question from that person, we won't know it. We will know him well. And when you don't know your leader well, you might be led astray. We have seen the way politics is played in the advanced world. The media play a very important role. They will ask questions. Media is the mouthpiece of the people. They ask questions upon question. They will even dig out into their history, bring a lot of things out. I mean, they dig into their past, bring a lot of things out against them. It is normal. So it is not about when people ask questions or about this or it doesn't mean that they hate him. No, that is some of the goodness of democracy. That is what the democracy gives us, to ask our question, to push them, and to, to vote for them and vote against them. So, to our people, particularly those that have been supporting Nnamdi Kanu, those that were very, very strong supporters of Nnamdi Kanu, now shifting, abandoning Nnamdi Kanu for Nigeria now. So what is going to happen to Nnamdi Kanu? Have you forgotten him, where he is? Would you abandon him if he's released today? What are you going to do about him? Are those efforts and everything he did, have they gone in vain? So we're asking you guys this question, because majority of you guys on Twitter, on this thing, chanting this will be, you are all Nnamdi Kanu Biafran guys. So what happened to Nnamdi Kanu now? Abandoned? Showore that are even, he suffered on Nnamdi Kanu issue, going to court, fighting for him that why must it be rendition and put in imprisonment in Nigeria. He was brutalized on the street of Abuja. We saw it. He was out there. Your Obi was not out there. Who is the real leader between Obi and who is the leader? Who is the man of the people? Who is fighting for the right of the people? Between Nnamdi Kanu and Obi, between Obi and Showore. Showore got a beating on the street for Nnamdi Kanu, fighting for his right, so that no Nigerians will be treated the way they treated Nnamdi Kanu, so that no Nigerians will be molested the way they molested Nnamdi Kanu, so that no Nigerians will be kidnapped and rendition to Nigeria the way they did to Nnamdi Kanu. All of a sudden, somebody just came, turned around, somebody from the political class singing a new tune, and you're jumping behind him, and people that are asking questions about him, you want to fire them, all from on this platform. People have been attacking me all through. I don't care, but I stay for the truth. So, but we got to do better as citizens of a country. We got to take emotion apart. We got to ask questions. We got to stand for the truth. We got to know who is that person that really can fight for us. So for me, I believe Showore is the man, is the one that can do it. Everybody listening to me around the world, go for AAC. That is the party that is different from all these political class, political magician, political chameleon, and political all these jaga politicians. So go for Showore. He's the man. He's the third force. He's different from these people.
All right.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me thank our listeners around the world. If you have not liked, please like right now and subscribe. Let me thank the commentary session. I thank you all. You are the strength of the platform. Keep doing the good job. Come back tomorrow. Let me thank our brother Alexander Gomez, the chairman, board of trustee. One man went to more. Alexander Akashi, Jaja, Flash Mankind, my good man, Flash Mankind, always for the truth. And I thank Asgogo. I thank Ortiz, everybody. And my sister Boxman is not there today, but I thank you wherever you are. I believe you are listening to me. So one man, the driver, good driver, the best driver on the best platform, is driving it well all the time. We are with you. We are with you, one man. So keep doing your job, doing it good. Tomorrow, by the grace of God, the eagle will land, and we will join the eagle to do it again. Thank you, one man, the eagle. See you tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So that's Ajanle Koko, your favorite voice, bar none. So that's Ajanle Koko rounding things off as only he can. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So that was Ajanle Koko. And Ajanle Koko touched on Nnamdi Kanu just then, saying that, and I truly have somewhat forgotten Nnamdi Kanu, But Nnamdi Kanu is still going to play a role in this election. Have no equivocation about that. If Peter Obi gets too popular and that movement gets too big, they will release Nnamdi Kanu to go and cut it down. They will release Nnamdi Kanu. Mark my words, within the next 6 weeks, they might well release Nnamdi Kanu. But they will release him, not give him his passport, but let him go back to his home in Umuahia, where he will be making commentaries about the Biafra movement still. So that we'll see how that plays out. But I suspect that they might throw Nnamdi Kanu as a spoiler into the Peter Obi narrative if they feel that it is getting too, too popular and too, threatening. So that is still something we have to conjure with. I never had the thought. Ajale Koko just pointed out that it's somewhat forgotten, and he has somewhat been forgotten. So there it is right there, the Nigerian political space. I don't think there's a Hollywood writer that could write scripts just as compelling as the Nigerian political space. That is what it is, a drama a minute. That is what we have in Nigeria. Even discussing Nigeria is a drama a minute. So come then, let's dramatize it all together again. The next session, of course, tomorrow again, 1:30 thereabout UK time. Yes, 1:30, around 1:30, 1:40 UK time. And then, of course, 9:35 p.m. UK time. So we're trying to maintain that tempo of 2 sessions, and the feedbacks has been encouraging as well. So that's what encourages it. So click on the like button if you haven't already. If you are still with the session all the way through, then you have every reason to click on the like button, because that's just the one contribution you can make, just to nod and somewhat an acknowledgement of the effort. Maybe not an approval if you don't approve, but an acknowledgement of the effort. If you want to nod an acknowledgement of the effort, then click on the like button. And as you're doing that, click on subscribe as well if you haven't done that already. Haven't done both, then come join me in the comment section where the conversation never stops. So I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section, but here I say peace.